Alright, everybody, welcome back. This is Tea Time Save Room episode 15. As always, I'm Marcos, joined by my co-host, Fatal Brace of Soul. How you doing, man? And more importantly, could you get a PS5?
No, but I did join the trend of I got Christmas socks instead, though. But I don't mind having socks. It's fucking freezing over here.
Actually, that reminds me because I saw a tweet, I think it was about 2 days ago, where apparently somebody got like thermal socks for Christmas, and I can't say I've ever tried them. Do you know if they actually work or if they're legit?
Dude.
Because that's like the first time I read about it. I was like, I've never owned a pair. Maybe I should go out and buy one.
Bruh, I'll tell you this. Those things are fucking legit and keep my fucking feet warm during this fucking cold weather.
Okay, then I'll consider that because, it's weird. I think this Christmas, like, it was like raining. It wasn't even snowing yet. It still hasn't really hit the city. Like, actual, like, snow for like a week hasn't happened. It snowed, maybe lasted like 2 days and then left. I'm like, this is weird, but it's not the first time it's happened in Syracuse, because my god, it's just, I hate it, because it usually means if it's this late to start snowing and like sticking around, it's probably going to be delayed and it's going to be staying till like March or some shit. Oh boy.
Yeah, and meanwhile over here, it was just a mixture of like wind and fucking rain.
God. But good to know, because yeah, I never looked into them.
Yeah, and funny enough is that I just got those summer socks for Christmas, and those things are keeping my feet warm right now.
Nice.
Yeah, pair that shit with like heat insulated like boots, then your feet are just like warm for days.
Man. But wait, do you wear boots indoors?
No, like when I have to go outside.
Okay. Because I'm like, man, I wouldn't put it past some people, so it wouldn't be the weirdest thing I've heard.
Yeah, I mean, like, if it was, like, super freaking cold, like, -10 or whatever, then, yeah, that's when I have to wear those boots.
Man. Although I'm trying to think, because I think usually we start off with you, but, like, I don't know if you wanted to switch it, or... Actually, how much do you have to talk about for your month?
Surprisingly not too much, because, again, I had, like, weird curfew. I had, like, what is it, the weird, provincial-wide curfew. And,
Wait, the what curfew?
Oh, I had, like, the weird, like, a provincial-wide curfew because of, of the, current situation, so.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. But I do have, like, some things to ramble on, though, so I might as well start, right?
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah. So obviously, like, I'm still...
Shoot, sorry. I just forgot. I want to give people a little bit of context before some people might, like, trail off or not watch the rest of this podcast.
Sure.
Just for some context for people. So, mainly because I want to survey and I want to see if it makes a difference or not. So, I guess this kind of goes into my month slightly, but, then we'll just go over to you before I do the rest.
Sure thing.
So, over the last few days, I've been, or like the last few weeks, ever since around Cold Steel 2, like finishing up, I was looking into learning audio and video editing programs, and normally I would use Audacity, usually to record these episodes. However, over the last few days, I've learned a program called Reaper, which apparently is widely used. I didn't know much about it until looking into things, and I will say thank God for a YouTube playlist by, I believe his channel is called Booth Junkie, which he's also like a voiceover person. He basically has like presets that he showed on like video tutorials to like set this thing up to not deal with recording instruments and just get to the bare bones basic stuff of just recording voice and getting that done with like, effects and all that. So it should be a better workflow, and I'm going to try to keep using that program because it seems like it's pretty easy to use and kind of convenient, because Audacity has a few problems. Like, there's a set amount of, like, undos, for example, and it's good, it's free, but, sometimes it's nice to do the upgrade. So, I've been trying that out, and I've done, like, several, like, test recordings to see, like, what the difference is, and it seems pretty good. But I'm just curious for anybody listening to this one, if it does sound better than previous episodes or not. just because I want to know if it's worth it or not, if it's a better listening experience for people. But I'll get into the rest of the stuff later, but that's all I wanted to say. I'm just curious if it's better or not. It should be. Although I've had to look into God, as far as effects goes, it's not much to change the voice, but things like the OBS noise gate, for example, is a thing I could put on in the program. The compressor, it's still learning EQ. EQ is really weird. It's you're basically messing with four bands on a graph, and it's just how do I fine tune this for a certain microphone? It's kind of a lot to take in, so I still got to learn that shit. But that means that I'm gonna have to learn how to potentially do EQ on your mic too, man. So at least on the audio file. So it's gonna be some work. That's why I wanted to do this earlier at 3 p.m. Well, early by relative standards. But yeah, I'm figuring that stuff out. So I guess I just want to know, people, is it good? And that's about it. So anyway, how was your month, man? For real, for real.
All right. I was gonna say yeah, that sounds like a pretty interesting program, and hopefully it works out though, since that sounds like a lot of work to do.
It is, but it's kind of like a video editor. It's just there's an effects rack and you can pick some out, and it's not that bad. The saving grace is that a lot of Reaper's effects have how would you say this? I guess a GUI, or it has a graphical interface as opposed to just a menu of drop down things where it's I don't know how to set all these things, but just give me a slider or something to use that I can actually see is tangibly affecting the work. That just makes it much more convenient for me. Because that's the thing with Audacity too. Audacity is very menu driven, and it kind of feels more abstract by nature, or by that nature. So it's a learning process, but if it wasn't for YouTube, holy shit, I'd be way more lost. So there's that.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad people make guides on YouTube. So
Lord.
Anyway, so it's been going okay. Obviously, I'm still addicted to to the Final Fantasy 14s. Since
is this an indie game? I've never heard of it. I can't believe Square let him get away with this.
Oh yeah, so they call it the Final Fantasies 14, not the Final Fantasy 14.
God.
Yeah, really a highly praised indie game though. Surprised they did not get nominated for the Video Game Awards.
Or I'm thinking of the dumb Siva Gunner joke where it's no, they just changed the I in Final Fantasy to a lowercase L or something. Just to fuck with you. Oh man. Shout out to all those Twitter parody accounts. You gotta look at those names for a solid minute.
Yeah. Especially when they purposely, put the a white circle to make it look like it's verified as well.
Yeah.
No, it's been going okay. I did some which is some of the patch story quest, which I believe I'm at finish 5.3. Which not to say too much, but I'll sum it up as that really great story, really fun dungeon, and the boss battle for that was super badass though.
I mean, I'm not surprised at this point. I haven't heard a bad thing when you guys talk about it, so I'd be shocked if there was a low point.
Yeah. And the other thing that also happened during this patch is that I mean during this particular patch quest is they've been putting out some teasers of what's going to be the next jobs for the upcoming expansion. I'm bruh, I saw certain things, and I'm bro, I kind of wish these things to become true for the next expansion though, because from what I saw so far is that they're hinting at another healing job and probably another tank job. That tank,
do those really need it? Is there a lot of what do you call it, why am I blanking out? It's not ATS. Is it
oh, you mean DPS?
DPS? Okay. For some reason I was wait, it's not DSP. I legit just had him. I was like, wait a minute, my brain is just not.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So
yeah,
context is that like we pretty much have like only 3 healers and 4 tanks, and majority of the jobs are just mainly DPSs.
yeah.
So
So it's the thing where those two types really need it more, I guess.
yeah, it's because like that's the reason why like when you have to like go queue, especially as a DPS, like everyone wants a DPS and don't want to do either tank or heals.
Yeah,
So hopefully they'll able to fix that problem a bit though, especially with healing though, because healers you only got like 3 choices compared to like tanks you get like 4 flavors to pick.
mm.
So what I saw the hints at was apparently one of them happens to be a berserker job.
Yeah. I think I heard of that. I'm not sure if it was like you guys talking about it in chat or someone on Twitter.
Oh, that was actually like I think me on I think it's either of the two, right?
Yeah,
So
but anyway.
so Berserker job definitely want to see as a tag because Berserker is like the most unga bunga freaking job in the Final Fantasy series, especially in 5.
Nice.
Yeah, especially like it's a really like dumb job that I want to see happen, right? And then for the healing job, they're hinting at chemist, aka I believe it's called Selfmaker in Bravely Default. Because you know, like as you've mastered Selfmaker, right? Because you play Bravely Default, right?
Not much actually. I think that was one of the jobs that I didn't mess with.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't like super into it.
Okay, so basically, what a chemist, aka Selfmaker, does is that they just mix potions and do some heals.
Yeah, it's why I didn't mess with it too much. I was like, okay, I need to like go online and look up what's the best thing, and I'm like, nah, I'm gonna turn my brain off and just ungo that shit.
Yeah. No, like definitely chemist. That was like one of those jobs like I did best of in Final Fantasy V. It was like a really cool job, and I definitely would love to see it like as the next healing job, just because like it looks like I can think of it as a very fun concept to like mix potions, fucking just throw a fucking beaker at a freaking tank when he's about to eat shit, like Krillin, like when he throws like sensu beans.
Yeah.
And yeah, like so far, like I still have like one more quest line to do, which is like patch 5.4 that recently came out, which is like a really big patch to around like many quality of life stuff. Especially like yeah, we got like the story, like obviously a new dungeon, bunch of stuff, and even the quality of life stuff was pretty cool. For example, like they gave me like the classic blue menu for my UI.
Nice.
Which is like which is like the first thing like I changed when I like logged in, and then the other cool thing they did is that they actually did a massive rework on the monk job.
Was it like really bad before? Because I remember when I played, that was the class that I went to, and it seemed kind of okay, but I didn't play long enough to know if there were any problems.
Okay, so I can give you like a really good well, sort of a context because it's been a while since I messed with monk, but I did know like Sharon has been like grinding like a shit ton of monk after like the rework. So before, monk was very difficult to grasp with, most because they had this thing called like grease lightning, and it's basically like these stacks that you build up, right, like during combat.
Yeah.
And the main purpose of grease lightning is to like increase the potency of your damage and increase like the speed of your cooldown.
Okay.
So the main issue is that like you can only like have grease lightning up for a certain amount of time before it goes away, and it makes it very difficult like a certain like boss battles or any other like type of situations to keep that thing up.
Yeah, I'd imagine like with raid fights and stuff, there's like attacks that you just have to wait your turn, so you probably can't hold on to them. I'm guessing would be like a problem.
Yeah, that's what like made it very difficult to like master that job.
Yeah.
So what they did is that like they turned that grease lightning thing into a trait instead. So at certain levels you will get increase, right? And the only thing what it does is that like they increase the speed of your cooldown. Like your cooldown, your attack speed, etc. So for example, like you have like a level 1 Grease Lightning, level 2, level 3, etc. Like when you get to a certain amount of level when you grind Monk, right?
Yeah.
So I believe like level 80, like the cooldown is like I think 10 or something seconds faster. It's like ridiculously fast, dude. Like,
So, I guess here's my first question though. Would it be like insanely broken if they could just keep the stack and use it whenever?
well,
Like instead of it being on a timer in general?
well, here's what they changed, right? Is that with the lightning, since they turned into a trait, so the only trade-off for that is that you only get the increased cooldown. So in order to balance that out, they actually increased every potency of all your attack skills, like by default.
Okay.
Because before you would do like so little damage, but now you do like at least a good amount of damage just because your potency to your usual attacks got increased, right?
Yeah.
And then what else they did? Oh yeah, they definitely changed like again most of the moves as well. Besides with the increased damage, definitely the most notable one I did saw was like they had the skill called Brotherhood, where it's basically like a damage buff. The problem with that one is that, like, for example, you're in a dungeon with me, right? And we got Shirin, who happens to be, doing like Black Mage, right? The problem is that when you pop in Brotherhood, Brotherhood is only beneficial to only for physical users. So basically, it will only benefit me as a tank because I do physical, while Shirin, Black Mage, and Vax as the healer, we're not getting any benefits from it.
Yeah.
So this time around, Brotherhood now benefits casters too.
Thank God. For something called Brotherhood, it seems very very specific.
I know, right? Like, I thought it was like for everyone until like I didn't realize, like, oh yeah, it's only for like physical users.
God. It's like, sorry man, you're a bro, but you're not in this Brotherhood. Go somewhere else. Can't look at you.
Pretty much.
God.
Yeah. Like, but so far, like, from like Shurian's like reception along with everyone else, is this is actually like a really good rework. Like, they actually really needed it because I've been told that actually I did read like a Monk was neglected for like a long time, similar with like Machinist, because Machinist, that was like a job that had to get reworked twice in order to like be fun. So with Monk, like, it's now fun the way to play as a Monk.
I mean, good to know, because yeah, I noticed it was a bit clunky before, but I didn't really get a full grasp of it since I was still in like the early hours of the game. It's like it probably gets much worse when there's like a lot more skills to manage and you're actually in the like more major boss fights, because I don't think I even really got to one of those per se. So it's probably more annoying if I would have kept playing back then.
Oh yeah, no. Thing is that like you would have not had much fun at all if you were to like stick with Monk like all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because basically, like, whenever, like, you come into Fortune again, right? It's like, oh, you have, like, a job that's been reworked and ready, and you're just ready to have fun again.
Yeah. Also, slight tangent. It's very funny. I almost wonder now. I haven't played a lot of Final Fantasy games, so feel free to correct me on this if it happened earlier in an entry in the series. But I find that interesting, with playing 7 Remake, that Tifa is of course supposed to be like a monk class like that.
Yep.
And she has an ability that's like that where she can actually I forget the name of it. It's been a few months. Where she can basically stack a buff that lets her do like follow-up attacks that are like stronger, but it's only I think like 3 levels of it. So I'm not sure if previous games have done that or if they took inspiration from 14 doing that.
Actually, like, yeah, they have done it before. Mainly, I believe it's either between Final Fantasy 3 or 4. I don't know. I think it was 4 actually, because like you have Yang, the one of my favorite Monk characters in the series. He actually had like a mechanic like that.
Okay, cool. God, it's been because I beat 4, but it's been so long that I forgot some of the stuff that might have originated from there.
Yeah,
but good to know.
Yeah, funny enough is that like I know it's like a Sharon was like running a Dark Knight and happens to be a paladin, and so I had to explain to Sharon is that like I know you're not much of a Final Fantasy I know you're a Final Fantasy newbie, but right now you're almost turning out to be of one of my favorite protagonists, which is Cecil Harvey, who happens to be both Dark Knight and paladin.
Shoutouts to me thinking it was Cecil for so many years.
You know what's funny? Even Sharon said Cecil as well.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. Something about my brain is just like, no, that's Cecil. But yeah. I think it's just because of seeing the C's instead of like an S, you know?
It's like Hydro City Zone.
Don't you mean Hydrocity? God.
Man, I still remember the day where like my friend was like hosting like a game music contest like panel at a convention, and I had to like call them out in front of the fucking public like that.
Which for me, by the way, if anybody wants to know, it's Hydro City for me. Damn it.
Yeah, literally it's pronounced Hydro City. I had to like tell my friends like it's Hydro City, you dumbass, and Hydrocity. And dude, he never felt so fucking embarrassed when I shouted that in the fucking crowd.
I find that really funny because like back in the day, there were so many like mispronunciations because now things are like more so voice acted or dubbed nowadays, so there's really not as much doubt. But God, it's like that shit, or it's like Eris or Arif and like 7, and it's just like Titus or Titus. God, it just goes on for fucking ever.
Yes, and plus a little solid. Like it was low. Excuse me. I thought it was like especially like in trails where we thought like Love was Loe.
Yeah,
because with the day it was like pronounced like a V because it's German.
Yeah, that always tripped me out. God, I remember like playing FC and I was like, how do you pronounce this name? I don't know.
Yeah.
God.
So besides like they they did like a pretty good job with the monk rework. Like I haven't got like my hands on it myself, but I did like funny enough is like there's like this guy named Wes Gelber, which his character is pretty much he is like role playing as Wesker from Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Does like these like amazing guides of like of all the job skills that you need to know, like for FF14.
Nice.
And that dude had to do another video for Monk for the rework. So thanks that
I mean, I thought he was complaining. He's probably like, "Ah, yes, free content. Thank you."
But I can tell he's like, oh well, time to write another guide video.
Yeah, it must be super awkward though, where things get immediately outdated, especially if it's a rework like that. Oh my god, so much of that old stuff is super outdated now.
Yeah. I can relate to, especially like for example, like he did it for War and he had to like write in the YouTube comments where he had to like write in what are the updates of the balances and stuff. But for Monk, like he actually do an entire video for that, just because it was a very huge rework.
Yeah, because I know sometimes it's minor, but that sounds like a complete overhaul.
Yeah, and definitely I can tell is that like they'll probably will get like some more stuff changed like in the future, but so far everyone is like pretty happy with them.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like it's been like a long time because right now like they're just in the same shoes as Machinist, because Machinist they had to get their job reworked twice. Yeah. Which is insane.
By the way, really quick, I forgot. God, I should have mentioned that too towards the beginning. I guess if anybody's still listening, don't worry as much about time for like news later. I made sure that we barely have any news to talk about. Maybe like 4 things tops. Technically 3, because 2 of them are like different articles on the same thing. I made sure to not have a lot because I already knew I'd have a lot to ramble on. So feel free to just keep listening if it's, you just want to hear how our month has been. And like, I think a lot of people more so enjoy the rambles than the news, because the news you probably know about by the time this comes out. So I'm probably going to keep like that in the future. But yeah, don't worry so much I'm not going to worry so much on time. We're just going to shoot the shit and just go. We really got nothing but time when we don't have to worry about a segment, honestly.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yep, no problem at all, man. And that's why we also got timestamps for. thanks to the new
Yep.
chapter feature.
Yeah.
So anyway, besides that, I also been grinding some more stuff. So speaking of the jobs, right? Of the next healing job, where I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna grind like a healing job just to have like a healing job in one of my roles because I already got like a DPS on the tank.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, just in case if the next healing job turns out not to be very fun, at least I'll have a healing job I can stick with. Just in case if the next one doesn't work out.
Yeah, because I'm feeling that one might run into some problems day one. I feel like if it's such a almost freeform type of like job like that, it might have to go through several drafts, I imagine.
Yeah,
I doubt it's going to be perfect on the first go when it's one of those like weirdly out there type of classes, you know.
yeah, that's what I was like thinking too, just in case I again run to that problem. So what did I decide? I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna grab myself a white mage because
Yeah.
the three choices were like either white mage, astrologian, and scholar. So obviously I mean basically like astrologians, they're they hold like these special like cool globes and they play Yu-Gi-Oh. So basically they provide buffs and stuff, right? And
Yeah.
then scholar, they're pretty much the pet healing job.
Hmm.
And meanwhile white mage, well, they're just the OGs of the healing jobs.
Yep.
So I decided to go with white mage just because again, from seeing Vax playing a white mage, it seemed very fun, and it really helps out a white mage. They're like the only healing job that I know that has the most panic buttons.
Hmm.
Like during stressful situations, for example, um, whenever Sharon is tanking for me, right? There's the times where she'd be doing big pulls. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
she's about to die with this low health. I'm like, oh, let me just push this button to bring her back to 100 HP again.
God.
I mean, bring her back to 100% HP, but
Yeah.
yeah, and plus it helps that they have this cool system called the Lily gauge, which you get to during Heaven's Sword and onwards, where you get this meter, right? It's where it's like an empty flower, but no flowers, right? And it charges over time during combat. And
Yeah.
when it charges up, it sprouts 3 lily flowers, and those 3 lily flowers gives me free heals without spending MP.
But do you have to land every special at least once?
Nope. Nope. I can use it. Nope. It's always landed because I don't know it only charges up when combat when I get engaged in combat.
Man, I was doing a dumb Sam Show joke.
Oh damn it! I can't believe myself. Well, hold on. I do. Hold on. I do have something related to the dumb Samsha joke. By the way, so
Yeah.
so basically, start off you get free instant heals, right? And then when you go onto to Shadowbringers, that's when things get way more gruesome. Where I got a new flower called the Blood Lily. So I charge up the meter. And I spend 3 flowers, so basically I'm just joking to stream. I'm like, well, time to take your blood for this blood lily over here. I charge it, I think 3 times, sprouts a red bloody flower, and I guess the red bloody flower is pretty much my reg gauge right there, and just use that shit for a big ass AoE. That's about the same amount of potency as a level 1 limit break.
Good lord. So is the Lily system kind of like a fancy super meter in a sense?
Yeah, for white mages, yeah.
Oh, it's only for the white mage.
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah, it's a white mage exclusive thing.
Hmm.
But every Jeff has their own unique gauges. Which I did forget to mention a long time ago because because I know it's been a long time since you played FF14, but these days every Jeff has their own fancy gauge.
I'm guessing some are better than others.
Depending
or do they all kind of function the same?
Some are same, but most of them are have like it's their own unique gauges though.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, they're pretty much like pretty different. Like some are similar. I think the only similar one is only just with only with the scholar and summoner, just because like they're two of the same jobs.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of like a two of the same class, but you get what I mean, right?
Mhm.
But no, like once I was doing like again like trying out like my skills for Shadowbringers, right? I'm like, man, can't wait to get some blood for the bloodly today.
Man.
I'm like, you're gonna be nourishment for this fucking bloody flower right here.
God.
Yeah,
It just gotta be done.
yeah. They're and I'm pretty much like they're pretty ridiculous as well as like not only that and they have like the other useless skills. For example, like I can like use this one buff where I can like spend where I could spend like any skill I want on 0 MP for like around I think 30 seconds. And then my favorite one is called like Assis or Size, whatever it's pronounced. I just do like a big ass healing AoE, also damages and recovers my MP as well.
Jesus.
It's ridiculous, dude. And then what was my other favorite one? Oh yeah, I also got like this other great move called Tetragram, where it's just instant heal. That's on cooldown for like 60 seconds per use, which I can like weave in after doing like one heal as well.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, pretty much like I'm just glad like I grinded a wide mage where I just have many oh shit buns. Like many
Yeah.
many panic bones as possible though. And I think like the most coolest one is like my level 8 skill called Temperance, where I get like these freaking angel wings. And I just increases my healing potency, gives everyone like defense buff. And yeah, it's it's an insane skill though. Pretty much like white mages are very insane like, these days. Because I do remember like white mages they actually had to get reworked once, specifically for their lily gauge.
Yeah.
Because I think like before you had to like spend like I think 3 or 4 cures until you get like a free cure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that used to be pretty shitty, but these days just like oh, just gotta wait for charge it over time, and then well, anything happens, just press the button for instant heal.
Nice.
Yeah. Plus, of course, again, like I think currently I'm like in level 73 or something like that. Like I'm pretty much like close to getting level 80.
Yeah.
And then the other thing also I was doing besides like doing like outside of combat is I've been checking out some crafters. So I've grinded like a shit out of this the chef class to grind to level 80. And the reason why like I grind like a chef class is because there was like this the certain Reddit post where we have like this thing called Leaf Quest where it's just like quest to get like get some money, free XP, etc. Right? Like for combat jabs, it's okay, but for crafting or slash gathering, it's really super OP for experience. However, like since I got like a level 80, right? So there's this one particular Leaf Quest in Shadowbringers where it demands me to make some cookies. Specifically, like high quality. If you make like high quality cookies, you get like a bonus XP slash money, right?
Yeah.
And from what I've learned is that like you get like a certain amount of allowances, so you're allowed to store up to like 100 allowances. So basically, like I found this video in this guide. Again, like two separate things, right? So I just prep like the certain amount of ingredients that I need. And then I also get the certain the other cool feature in FF14 is that you can make macros, right? And macros will make you do anything. So I borrowed this dude's macro, so I can just make a high quality cookie just pressing one button while just AFKing. Watch my YouTube videos or whatever, right? And basically, like the crazy thing about this quest is that you can hand in like 3 times per allowance. So
You said there was like a. Does it cap off at like 100 allowance?
yeah. So basically,
So technically, it's 300.
yeah. I mean, technically, like yeah, it's kind of like 300, right? But basically, I make like around around like 1 million gil just from those 100 allowances, making like high quality cookies.
Good lord. And this isn't like a quest that goes away if you clear it once or something. Like, you can just keep doing this whenever you
Nope,
want.
like you can just keep doing it once you get 100 allowances again.
And this isn't like a seasonal event or something, or
No,
like. What the hell?
no, this
So is it just like the easiest way to make money in the game?
yeah, like that is like the easiest like way to make 1 million like in one day.
Damn. How early can you do that?
It kind of really depends because like your allowances get refilled, I think like every 8 hours or so like that. So basically, I can just do it like 1 day per month.
But I guess like when you have access to that quest and like when you have enough materials to like make
Yeah.
the cookies and all that. I guess when is it feasible for the average player?
It's just whenever they have time.
160 hours in, got it. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's pretty much like all you need is like a low ship, and of course you need like a gatherer as well. For example, like I have like a level 80 botanist, so I can just like gather all the ingredients as well. So
Okay.
pretty much like I just gotta wait until it hit the cap hits like 100, and then just like spend like an afternoon making those cookies, making those fucking cookies, and then basically just double finger, triple finger, plinking my zero numpad, like hitting those cookies, like hitting like all those cookies.
So is that what was going on sometimes when I was streaming and you were just like watching while just constantly tapping on a keyboard?
Oh no, like I was like still making my cookies, right? So basically, like, I have you like in picture, and all I do is just press one button to make the cookie, and then once I'm done, I make another cookie. Because I was
Oh no, I know, but that's what I mean. Like, so you were like watching or doing anything, but just always having your finger on like one of the keys.
Yeah. I'm actually on my mouse actually, it's because like I still have like on my controller setup, but I can still use my mouse to press the other button.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, like whenever like I'm on your stream, right, I'm still in the baking process. But then once I'm in the handing in process, that's when I just like spam the shit out of my zero numpad.
God.
Yeah, and it's still kind of crazy like how like I made like so much money out of that. I mean, I bought like a free company workshop so I can work on more projects, and then I also like remodeled the house a bit. And what else did I do is that like with our free company workshop, like I can make airships, so which kind of motivated me to try like some other crafters. So currently, like I'm still grinding a carpenter to be Bob the Builder. And so far, like I've been power leveling the carpenter, and carpenter like they build a lot of neat things, especially for house furniture and stuff. But mentally, I needed that crafting class so I can proceed with the airship process. And what was the last thing I'm gonna say? Oh yeah, last thing I'll say about 14 is that so recently I've been checking out 2 collabs, 2 permanent collabs, by the way. And one of them happens to be the like the Monster Hunter boss fight with Rathalos.
Never heard of them.
Oh yeah, it's from like from a very new series called The Monster Hunters that came out for the PS2. And
it's very obscure.
Yeah. You can only like play the game like with one of those special like, Ethernet adapters. If you had one of those as a kid during the PS2 days.
Man, that makes me sad because this joke actually would be like apt if it was for like the Rex monster that's only in Peace Walker and Metal Gear Solid, and I hate it.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, there's a collab with Monster Hunter Metal Gear Solid for Peace Walker, and I think there were also like skins for like Freedom Unite or something on PSP. But there's actually a unique monster that's based off Metal Gear Rex. Like it's just Metal Gear Rex's design in like a monster form, and it's really fucking cool. But you'll never see it anywhere else. It is in jail forever. God.
Yep, which freaking sucks though, unless you have access to it to a certain ROM, like on the emulator or whatever, right?
Oh yeah, but I
That
mean like in an official capacity, yeah.
yeah, official capacity it sucks balls though.
Konami's like, nope, never gonna see it again.
Yep, never heard of that Rex monster before.
God. But yeah, anyway, Rathalos 14, what's the deal?
So
Where's the nukes?
all right, so this actually was a very surprising collab. So when you start the quest, you actually meet up with two monster hunters, and then during the quest line, you meet up with one of those like Palico buddies, and then this Palico buddy's like, oh yeah, can you follow me? And then they lead you, to where you do the boss fight, and then the boss fight is freaking ridiculous, man. Like literally, you're just playing Monster Hunter like during this boss fight.
God.
Like holy crap, like you're hearing like what is those familiar like themes like from Monster Hunter. I think this particular song was from like Monster Hunter World, because obviously this came out like when they did the Monster Hunter World collab.
Yep.
With Behemoth.
Yeah, which I think I ended up fighting Behemoth once, and my god, that shit looked cool, but it was stressful as hell when he had to hide behind rocks.
Yeah, so this is very ridiculous, right? Where basically there's two phases. In the first phase, so there's normal mode, right? Where it's an air player raid.
Mm-hmm.
Where basically like you fight with Rathalos and just do usual business, right? The trick with Rathalos is that how the purpose of tanks is to keep like aggro like from the bosses / monsters.
Yeah.
Rathalos, he doesn't give a fuck. He aggroes everyone, including healers.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that's Monster Hunter.
Yep, I'm like,
Sit down.
This is definitely Monster Hunter.
God, if anything, I would love it if the AI like snaps its fucking neck when he sees a white mage healing somebody. Because God, it feels that way sometimes when I'm playing Monster Hunter. It's like it just fucking Skynet AI knows I just used a mega potion and is just out to get me.
Yeah, so basically you fight for a good while, right? And then comes in like this fucking like woolly mammoth creature from FF14 to like interrupt the fight.
Yeah.
And then there's like this awesome mechanic where where you click on a certain spot, and then that spot, that's when you gotta like fucking ride in Rathalos while fucking stabbing him, while the other tank and me and the other rest of the team had to like be able to this woolly mammoth, while the volunteer like DPS is like taking care of Rathalos.
Good lord, so they've been put in the mounting, and I'm guessing the clutch claw? Maybe. I'd have to see how it looks. But wow, that's dope.
Yeah, I was like, holy crap, right? And then after we're done like killing the woolly mammoth, we had to use his dead body as cover when Rathalos was going to do like a raid wide like wipe skill.
Of course, God.
And then that's where we go into part 2, and part 2 is like in fucking lava, everything and shit. And here was the other tricky part is healers, you cannot heal in the second phase. Like specifically, healers cannot heal anyone.
Shit.
Your only source of heal is you have a certain unique action that happens to be called a mega potion.
There we go. Yeah.
Like literally, you get like a special mega potion action like on your hotbar, and that's like the only way you can only heal during the second phase.
Do you have a finite amount of like 10? Because I know 10's usually the max for most games.
Yep, 10.
Oh my god. I love it. The most minute shit, but the fans would know. I love it.
I'm like, oh shit. Like, I'm like, of course I had to be 10 mega potions, which thankfully wasn't enough, but holy crap, like, it was insane, man. Like we had to like huddle together, freaking like beat this thing up, and then this thing had like a special meter, by the way. Like when you get to 100, that's when it's staggered, and when it's staggered, we have to cut off his fucking tail.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and when it's staggered, that's when we do like most of our fucking damage to this thing. And then I was thinking once it wakes up, I mean once it recovers from being staggered, like what to fill up the meter back to 100 again, and then that's when we'll able to finish it off. And then once we beat him, like usually like when you finish like a dungeon or a boss fight, you have to like open like these chests.
Yeah.
For Rathalos, you have to carve him.
Damn right. It's the only way. Otherwise, this collab would be shit. Oh man.
I'm like, bro, like I was like telling Sharon, it's like, man, Marcos we would totally love this boss fight.
Oh yeah. God.
And then we also tried out the extreme version of Rathalos. An extreme version did kick their asses though, because we're doing like unsynced, because we're not sure like who else was going to do it.
Just a random question: was it still the same red-colored Rathalos?
Yeah, it's pretty much like the Rathalos is the Rathalos you'll be fighting.
Okay, because I was wondering, like, for Extreme, I wonder, like, they could have, like, reskinned it as, like, the Silver Azure one, which are supposed to be tougher, variants, but, it's whatever. I'm being a fucking nerd.
Like, that would have been, like, a very cooler detail for the Extreme version right there.
Yeah.
So, the difference with the Extreme version is, like, mainly, it's, like, instead of an 8-player boss battle, it's a 4-person boss battle.
Mm.
And what makes it more tougher is that, remember like a Monster Hunter where you have a certain penalty where you get knocked out 3 times and then you're out?
Mm-hmm.
So in the extreme version, they brought that shit. So in case one of us dies, it counts to a fucking marker. I mean, it counts to a counter where if one of us eats shit, and like if anyone dies and basically 3 times, right? That's basically game over for the entire party right there.
Man, so Extreme is just the real difficulty.
Literally, it's just Monster Hunter difficulty right there.
Good lord.
And it's, oh my god, it's so fucking tough because even on Sanctuary we're level 80. Because the way on Sanctuary is that you're able to do old content while not being capped.
Mm-hmm.
Even while being uncapped, it still kicked your ass. It's just because the problem is that it's more easier if you have a healer with you. That was before I considered grinding White Mage.
Yeah.
Because with healers, even though they can't heal during the second phase, at least they're able to remove nasty status elements like burns and stuff.
Yeah.
So thanks to the burn stat, etc. We just could not beat that fight and just had to save it for another day.
Rip.
But holy crap, that I was amazing at how much effort they put into this collab. It's amazing. No, and the best part is that whenever you get you get knocked back by Rathalos, it's almost like the exact same animation when you get knocked back in Monster Hunter as well.
Is there the one where you
Hmm?
It's the worst hard knockdown I've ever seen, where it's you get sent flying in the air and you land head first with your ass just up, and you just have to wait for your body to just get knocked down completely. God.
Yes. That's is the exact one.
Yeah, whatever. There's 2 knockdowns, and one is clearly worse than the other. In that series.
I'm amazed they fucking put that shit in for this fight.
Oh my lord.
No, and the worst part is that the second one that you talked about, it also creates fucking stunned as well.
Oh man, yeah.
Which made it sucked more balls to root extreme.
You gotta mash or wiggle the control stick?
No, you have to wait it out before Rathalos gets your ass though.
Damn, so I don't even have a way to speed that up in this. Yikes.
Yeah, that's how they made it harder though.
Mm.
Especially it's worse is like when you're still being aggroed by Rathalos, where he just like fucking just combos you to death.
Oh yeah. It only takes like 1 or 2 hits in a row, and you're just stunned. It's rough.
Yeah. But I will say though is that like we definitely got like some cool prizes like at least from clearing like the normal version where we got like the freaking like spit for like to put like at our house.
Nice. Good
Like
lord.
oh my god, and plus we also got like the Palico as a minion as well, which is
Hmm.
very nice too. And yeah, I mean that's pretty much like for the Monster Hunter collab, and then the next collab that I also did over the weekend, and also just today before this recording is I was doing the a certain raid that was ran by a certain Yokotaro,
Of course,
and
yeah, the only 2 raids I would care about at this point.
so
Or rather
yeah,
events, but yeah.
yeah. So again, like shouts to me for keeping this a permanent collab as well. Where yeah, I did like the NieR raid, and the NieR raid was surprisingly fun and interesting. Like
I
again,
already
I'm
know
not
the
gonna
music is fucking great. I've heard it when it was about to be released. That
dude
shit's
like
incredible.
dude like I'm amazed like how like they did the music though. Like it's best I can describe it as like it's like a really great mashup between NieR and Final Fantasy.
Yeah. God. I think it's like they
Eh,
mash up like Weight of the World and like Prelude in there and just like I think another
yeah.
track, but it's really fucking good.
Yeah, literally it's like Way of the World and Prelude, and then I believe for the second part it's like one of the FF14 songs I believe it's called Torn from Heaven, mashed up with Dark Colossus.
Yeah. Good lord.
Like this raid was challenging but super fun. But the reason why it's challenging is that like this raid you literally gotta play NieR. You literally gotta play like NieR in this raid.
Bruh.
Like oh my god, like the quest line for it, I can tell this is definitely like Yokotaro's writing. And I'm also very happy to see like 2P to be part of this as well because I'm glad like they turned to an actual character instead of just like a thing like oh yeah would be cool if 2P was a character instead of a of an alternate skin for 2B.
Yeah. Man.
And yeah, like I think like so there's like currently 2 parts. There's still like one more part that's still in the making.
Hmm.
And the first part is basically you're just at the factory, like the very familiar like old warehouse factory.
Yeah. Like the beginning of Automata?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I'm like, man, it feels like I was playing Automata all over again when I stepped into that factory, like hearing the same song,
God.
and oh my lord, like the fights were pretty fun though. Like obviously, like you have like the freaking like bold hell red balls from NieR that you gotta like dodge,
Yeah.
and a bunch of insane AOE's that you gotta like dodge as well.
Man.
Oh my lord, like yeah, like most of the bosses that we fought again are very familiar things. Like if you play NieR Automata, you will know what they are.
Yep.
Especially like what was the name of the like the very big boss that had like the boss saw hands? That was about the size of a well uh, as a chemical gas. Well, it was like one of those giant bosses, right?
Was it like the first boss that you fight in the opening of Automata? Has like chainsaw
Yes.
hands. Yeah, I don't know the exact name, but I know which one you're talking about. It's like
Yeah,
a big ass
yeah.
fuck you transformer.
Yes, that dude yes, like the boss fight for that was really insane, dude. Like you gotta like watch it like where he just put his fucking like hands in. You gotta go like left, fucking right, fucking left.
God.
And then you gotta watch it for his freaking laser beams, and then he just summons like these ads of the other like of the robots too, and I'm like, and then there's like one part where he just like breaks the fucking platform, just flips like the entire like a 24-man alliance right off as well.
Bruh.
Holy crap, it was just insane. And then and then once we got like into the final boss fight where we were just like fighting 9S, and literally like Shirian was trying not to tear up during the way of the world FF prelude mashup.
I mean, I know I'd be a fucking wreck. God.
Right? Like I knew you'd be like crying too, like if you were to hear this song like during combat.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, because I remember like was like, good thing I'm a dancer because I can just kind of like turn off my brain like during this fight while I listen to the music closely.
God. Reminds me of man, if Shrion were I'm assuming they're probably gonna be listening to this at some point. Not Automata, but I think Shrion might still remember when I played Dark Souls 3 and got to that final boss. And that one also has like a reference to like an older Dark Souls 1 theme, and I was like, I can't play past these tears right now. You expect me to do this fight and not like and not just completely shatter everything else? Like, I can't process this. I need to just I need to step away from this game right now. God, I hate when they do that. It's so good, but it fucks you up.
I know, right? Like literally, like a Shireen like was almost like tearing. I'm like, you know what? I'm trying not to tear up either because this song is so good.
Man, bless Okabe. Love that man.
Dude, Okabe like really like knocked out the park with this one. Hell, even like in when we did like part 2 today before like this morning, which part 2 was also awesome. Like you go through like I believe the desert, like a desert area, and then slowly you get into the bunker. And the way that was amazing that they recreate the bunker like very well.
Nice.
And yeah, and of course like what is it yeah, like during like you go these like sections like you go do some some trash I call it the trash rooms before the boss room. There is one particular trash room where like you literally gotta like dodge lasers, dodge these balls, dodge these lasers again. I'm like, man, I'm playing NieR Automata all over again.
Nice.
Like I'm just very impressed like of how much like care they put like into this collab. And of course like there's also like lots of great prizes like to get as well. Like you get like obviously lots of cool like NieR style glamour, and then the most obvious like prize you get is obviously 2B's outfit.
Oh, I thought the most obvious one would be Emil's head.
Surprisingly, no Emil's head yet though, but the probably might be.
I wonder if they'll do a collab event for a Replicant when that comes out next year.
Yeah, I was gonna say like they'll probably will do that like once they do part 3 because there's usually like 3 parts to these raids.
Yeah.
So I'll be surprised like if Emil's head is like part 3.
I'm like that thing might as well be like the face of NieR in general. God.
Yeah. It's pretty much like the mascot of NieR right there. Yeah. No, like yeah, I was not surprised. Like the first like thing I get was 2B's outfit.
God.
In case yes, 2B's outfit does fit on both male and female.
Nice. God.
So you can picture of like of a giant big cat man just walking around in 2B's dressed in heels.
Oh man.
Oh, it's so freaking funny. No, because I remember like during the raid, like there was like a Dismel Rogadin, which they're pretty much like the buff Bara like wait ogre people.
Yeah.
Like that dude, he was like rocking that that 2B outfit right there. Oh my god! I'm like, man, I didn't know like that dress could stretch so much.
Good lord.
Yeah, but like I can, but you can definitely tell like that me and Shrimmy had like so much fun in that collab raid.
Yeah.
And I'm also very glad like they kept it permanent because That would have sucked balls if it was just a like a yearly limited time thing.
Yeah, because I hate FOMO. Oh my god, it's the worst. Which, for those who don't know,
Right?
that's like fear of missing out. So a lot of mobile games are like MMOs are notorious for doing that shit with all these events that look cool as shit, and they're only there for like 2 weeks, and I'm like, what do you mean? Especially with collab events. Collab events, it's like, you better pray they come back. Because then it's like, apparently it has to be this licensing nightmare, and it's like, God, why don't you just make it permanent, please? Please, if it's a collab event, that should be the exception where we make it permanent, because it's a big fucking deal.
Right? Like, I've like the only like limited ones I can remember was like for Yokai Watch, and I believe for another one called like Garo, along with weirdly enough, Dragon Quest is also like limited time as well.
Ah, that's so dumb.
But I'm just glad, like, they kept the two coolest one, that is Monster Hunter and NieR.
Yeah, at least the ones that I would personally care about the most. Man.
Yep. But Sweet Jeep is still like, man, that NieR raid is just really crazy though. I just can't wait, for like that for the day to come when you do those NieR raids, just so you can analyze like the quest line.
Yeah.
and the battles and stuff as well.
Good lord. Yeah, because apparently it is canon, from what he said.
Yep, it is canon to both FF14 and NieR as well, because Yakuza wrote it.
God. But was there anything else for 14 or
Yep, that's pretty much it for 14. Like, obviously, like there was Christmas. Didn't do anything for Christmas since obviously. Well, it's been like a very quiet Christmas.
Yeah, I think for most people it was kind of low key this year for obvious reasons.
Yep. And then there is Boxing Day, which is pretty much like our equivalent of like Black Friday. That's over here in Canada, UK, and the other countries that are part of the, whatchamacallit,
Was Black Friday just not a thing over there because of Boxing Day, or do they
no, like
do some of them
like,
try to do both? Yeah.
No, like we actually got both like recently. I think it was like a few years ago. That's when we started to get Black Friday. Before it was only Boxing Day.
Okay.
And shouts to it to Vex, like telling me that she was randomly playing Pawn Chef for the Wii on Boxing Day.
God damn it.
I had a good check when I read it, being like, oh yeah, I didn't realize it was Boxing Day. When I read we played Punch It for the Wii. Yeah, that's the old legend of Boxing Day, is that you put on some boxing gloves and you just beat the shit out of people to get that deal.
Yep.
I'm just joking.
That's it. Somebody must have done it though. Wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah. Yeah, so it exists. It's called Black Friday.
I mean, either or. God.
Yeah, I know, like a Boxing Day, it's surprisingly a lot more civilized compared to Black Friday, though.
From what you've seen.
Well, from my end though, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like I've seen like two people just literally like taking Boxing Day serious.
Yeah, I'm like when it comes to that shit, I never want to assume people. I'm like, if people are going out in 2020 and they don't give a shit about COVID, and they're still going out to get that stuff, I'm like, honestly, I'm putting nothing past humanity at this point. God, I'm really not.
Yeah, pretty much. And also, as I mentioned earlier, is that I got me some socks because obviously, like I just got like adult stuff. Probably got like a couple games. And that's about it. I did buy myself with just like a couple of games as well, where one of them happens to be like the indie game of the year. That is Hades.
Or as Max trolled and called it, Hades.
Oh my god.
I haven't seen the videos, but god, the turnaround is so hilarious to me. He went from like, trolling Matt on Twitter like every day, or like denying its existence, and then he tries and it's like, oh, this is crack. This is just like isolated, this is addicting, and he just can't stop playing, and I'm like, this is the best.
Like, dude, like, I just felt like Matt is just like having like a freaking meltdown, like to Max's like tweets and stuff.
God. Had to fight for him to just give it a single look. Please acknowledge it. Oh, man.
Yep. Yeah, and then I also order a certain game of the year that should be arriving out this weekend.
I don't even know. 13 Sentinels? I got nothing.
No, like 13 sounds like I already have.
You get it twice. It's like, I don't know what game it would be.
Oh, yeah, you'll see what it is. So you know what I mean when I say game of the year. But
I can't believe he's gonna get Last of Us Part 2. But anyway, I'm like, let me just take it to the most literal extreme. Like, yes, game of the year. God.
You know, I would joke about Cyberpunk 2077, but I'm like, oh wait, I technically already have a copy of that too.
Oh boy. I mean, yes, with that joke, you do.
Yeah. So, let's see. So, besides, let's see, besides I got those, I've also, been playing, like, I'm actually still currently playing Cold Steel 4, which I know I'm still pretty behind, but, well, still pretty, like, a slow progress, but...
At least you're not in PC jail like I am. God.
Yeah. I'm just pretty much, like, still taking my sweet time with, with Cold Steel 4.
Yeah. I mean,
honestly,
it's the last one in the West. You really shouldn't be rushing it. God.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because it's like a mixture of playing that and plus along with doing like dailies, along writing like my jobs as well, and currently just like unga just power leveling my carpenter.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like so far like I can I'm still enjoying it though. Like it's I can definitely tell like it's definitely like a lot longer than Cold Steel 3. But I can tell you is that it's definitely a lot more enjoyable, like pace wise though.
Nice.
Compared to CS2.
Yep.
But
we'll
get to CS2
we'll get to that
later.
We'll get to that. Oh boy. That's why I was like, okay. 14's already like close to the hour mark, but yeah, oh boy. I'll try to keep 2 somewhat brief. Mentally.
Yeah.
I don't know about the outcome, but mentally I'll try to do that.
Yeah. So I get like gameplay so far, like I'm still enjoying it. But as for soundtrack wise, is that I'm gonna warn you like one thing. Like once you get into the Cold Steel 3.
Yeah.
Remember like how you mentioned that Falcom's soundtracks managed to be very consistent?
Yep, and that's what I've been hearing too, trust me. Because even before I did too, and like, I asked about it, I knew. Because people really threw a fit when 3 and 4 started coming out. I was like, what's the deal? Jesus.
Yeah. Here's what I will explain is that like when it comes to like the soundtrack of Cold Steel, especially with Cold Steel 4, where the soundtrack because it starts to get very inconsistent though.
Yeah.
Like don't get me wrong, like there's like some great songs, some really good bangers. But then that's when we get a certain composer.
Yeah, in essence, it's not a soundtrack that I'm gonna listen to completely. There's gonna be some misses in there.
Yeah, like I do know like Vax and Crow and everyone else has to like beat down like the old horse that is singing. Yeah. Here's what I'll mention about like my piece of singing.
Sorry, I laugh when I hear people complain about Singa just because of the name alone. There's some fucked up irony to that name and people complaining about the music.
It doesn't help. I keep getting reminded of the fucking Singa cartoon.
It's really bad. Oh god.
Like, have you seen that cartoon before?
No, I have not.
But have you heard the song that goes like, "I want to be a singer"?
Oh yeah.
Yes, that's where that song
Okay,
came
I was thinking of
from.
like an actual title with it, but yeah. Oh man, very
Yeah, it
unfortunate.
literally. Yeah, that was like or yeah, that was like came from that cartoon, called like like the Singing Owl. Or for all of you that's like younger generation like me, you would have at least heard that song from the first episode of
Yep.
South Park when Cartman like sang that as well.
God.
Yeah, no, it kind of fucks me out every time like I hear that name. I keep reminding me of that song. I love to sing it.
Oh man.
All right. So here's my small little piece: is that like its compositions are not that bad. My main complaint with him is that his mixing is terrible, dude.
Yeah, which yeah, for me, which like I mentioned, I'm learning a new like audio editing program, so I've had to learn at least a little bit about mixing so far. I definitely wouldn't say I'm great at it, but yeah, that shit's gonna bug me. I already noticed it when I was playing Cold Steel 2 at some points when it's like, why do some voices sound louder than the others? What's going on here? It bothers me.
Yeah, just get ready to hear that like with both the Cold Steel 3 and the Cold Steel 4 soundtrack.
Yeah.
Because just to make sure it wasn't crazy, right? Is that I've listened to certain songs like both in game and on like on Spotify as well. And holy shit, dude! Like, I'll tell you this: is that like anything that sounds compressed, you can tell that's the singer's magical mixing right there.
I'm really gonna hate it too, because that's the other thing, like, I want to play on PC. For those who don't know, I'm waiting for Cold Steel 4 on PC, which is why, despite having the PS4 games, which I got for the collector's editions and whatnot, I could have that option, but I'd rather play on PC just because setup-wise for streaming, it's way easier, and I can appreciate everything with headphones. But that also means that now, once I get to that stuff, I can also not appreciate it with headphones. Oh boy.
Yeah, dude. Like, oh god, it's just every time like I hear something like, oh, I hear a very compressed song. That means that's a singer. That's a singer like song right there.
I'm gonna blatantly know, unless like 3 and 4 start with like a single track. So that's like, okay, that's the musical bar, and then I hear like a different composer, and then it's like, oh wait, no, that's the real one, right? Like that's the only way it would fake me out, and I won't be able to tell.
Yeah. I can definitely tell you is that like any songs that he collabs with the other artist, you will not tell like tell the difference. But if it's a song that's like mainly composed by him, that's definitely him though. Because trust me, like as someone like that's been listening to like a lot of songs, including like being a sort of an audiophile. Holy shit! Like ever since like I know about hearing what things sounds compressed or not, kind of made me like feel very differently with both Cold Steel 3's and Cold Steel 4's soundtrack.
I'll have to hear for myself when I can.
Yeah, I mean, hell, like remember like when you got like those like attached like microphone like a headset thing.
Yeah.
And I jump into your Genshin stream and being like, "Oh yeah, how does the mics?" I'm like, "Bruh, you sound very compressed."
Oh, I know. I knew it too. But thankfully now I fixed that whole dumbass thing with the settings and Focusrite. I was like, oh my god. But yeah, that's why I've never gone back to USB microphones. I was like, man, this shit never sounds as good. Unless you go for an expensive one, and then you gotta like run it through an audio program and then make it sound decent. I'm like, oh my god, no. XLR. Like the second I got XLR, I think when I finished around like Persona 3, I was like, yeah, I'm never looking back. Good lord.
Yeah, no, I also do remember like you were asking like everyone else in the chat, being like, oh yeah, it sounds good, right? And I was like the only one that was able to like tell the difference.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing too. I was also kind of testing to see like, all right, what are people's standards? You know what I mean? Because I'm listen, I think this doesn't sound nearly as good. Thank God somebody actually notices.
Right, and thanks to that, like, they kind of made me have, like, different opinions, like, when I was hearing, like, both the Cold Steel 3 and the Cold Steel soundtrack so far.
Yeah.
I was like, oh god, dude, what is this like mixing right here? Because the thing is that like I know other people will say, oh yeah, it sounds like bees, etc. Right?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's pretty cool and all, but have you ever mentioned that like the mixing is just horrible?
Yeah.
You know what? Like, I'm definitely getting ready to ride is that 0 day since Singa was mentioned in the stream for Echo Steel 3. Echo Steel 4 in the future.
Oh man, that's gonna be hard because I'm gonna keep asking if it's like Singer or not. Like probably the first few streams are gonna be like, okay, please let me know the contrast. I need to like set the bar so I can tell every time now.
Or better yet, like I just gotta tell like Crow and Vex like let's take a sip every time we hear us sing a song.
Damn, good luck. Let me know when you pass out. Oh man.
So yeah, that's pretty much with Ghost of 4. I mean, like I'm enjoying the game so far. Like I just can't wait to see like what else goes. However, I've been taking notes though of certain reactions, and can't wait to see if I am right on the ball for those certain parts.
Oh, you mean like reactions for me when I get to them?
Yep.
Mm.
I've been taking notes, being like, oh yeah, so he's gonna react like this. He might have a heart attack. Might have an extra heart attack.
Oh boy.
and he might like he's gonna react to this and this and this.
I mean, for those who watch CS2, you already know where one happened. Oh man.
All right. Yeah, and then last thing I will mention before end of my month is that, well, even though like I got like pretty okay holiday gifts, but definitely like the one true holiday / Christmas gift I'm waiting for is the countdown to KO15 trailer.
Yeah. Which I was gonna bring it up briefly on the news, but yeah, we can just bring it up now with that countdown. How many more days do we have?
Yeah. Dude, like around I think 11 or 10 days.
Okay, we still got a bit. I thought it was maybe like a week-ish.
Yeah, to make a reason right now we're in KF98.
Yeah. Man.
I love how like the countdown everyone's just counting down by the games. Like we went from KF 94, 95, 96, 97, and we're now at 98.
The only one that matters for most.
Yep. So obviously like out of nowhere they like released a trailer.
Yep.
Actually, yeah, like a teaser trailer, for the trailer. So obviously, like I was checking my DMs, being like, "Oh yeah, hope you can understand Japanese." Like, because like the problem was like, Marcos could only find the trailer in Japanese.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, like, I opened up my YouTube, and then suddenly I see, oh, English trailer. They kept the pup in my recommendations.
But it wasn't in the official SNK channel, right? So I was like, "Where is this?"
No, it was like on IGN first.
I'm like, damn it, come on. Every other channel does English along with it. Get your act together, SNK, please.
Yeah, no, it took them like I think like an hour to put it on the official channel later.
Yeah.
Because obviously like IGN like money had it like that shit.
Man.
So far like they show off like character designs, like character sketches.
Yep.
And obviously, like we saw a glimpse of like so first we saw like Kyo Kusanagi, which love his design. I can tell like the purpose of the game is his headband back because just to appeal to the to the boomer Kyo fans, because those boomer Kyo fans were really unfucking happy with his design in 14.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be real. He looks like he belongs in a boy band. Get that stuff out of here.
Yeah. That's pretty much like everyone's reaction right there. It's like it's either like a J-pop band or a K-pop band.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, like I didn't mind his design. Like I like his outfit. The only part I wasn't a fan was his hair though. His hair was still all over the place.
Yeah, I think it's just that the models did not help. Like in motions they looked alright, but like the models still look kind of rough for 14.
Yeah,
so it doesn't help either. Maybe in concept art it probably looks better, but when it comes to like in engine, it's like he just looks weird already. And then just adding on like the new outfits, like it just everything about this just looks wrong for most people. Probably like a knee-jerk reaction,
Yeah, and plus it doesn't help like that they gave him like a classic costume DLC.
Yeah.
Which I'm not surprised. Like it looked a lot better than his standard like 14 look.
Yep.
I do like when I saw I do like the artwork for 14. Which when I saw that, he definitely looks a lot better like an art form.
Yeah.
But again, like in a sense, they were still learning how to make 3D models, right? So
pretty much.
Yeah, and then next one we got is Benimaru, and not surprised they made Benimaru more flamboyant than ever, man.
God,
give him that Asian style Chinese vest right there.
I mean, it goes along with his hair. They both stand out immediately.
Literally, like before, like this man had like what is it like the same shirt like Paul and Riff and JoJo's, and then a crop top, and then a crop top with leopard printings on them.
He's like, I'm tired of being a JoJo meme. Get me out of here.
And then he wore like just a simple like dress shirt and wife beater underneath like for 14. And then of course he now gets like an Asian style vest right there. And then they even showed, what was it? Oh yeah, Shune.
Yep. Unfortunately.
And Shune, I know. I mean, welcome to the KO Protega syndrome again.
God.
Because this man is now experiencing his first real KO Protega syndrome right there, where you are, man. That's where Wooly was in the previous saga. Because I know, like, so how you are with Shune?
Yeah.
That was Wooly with fucking Ash Crimson in the last saga.
Yeah, Ash sucks too. Because, like, that's the thing. We go from, like, Kyo, and then I was like, what, like, K-Dash? And I'm like, that's cool. That's fine.
Yeah, it went from a Kyo, K-Dash, and then...
Then we go to this shit, and I'm like, get these twinks out of my game. God, I fucking love the Sephiroth memes just for reminding me that twink is an actual word you could use.
You know what? I'm surprised. Like, I was listening, to this random like YouTube video of like Bart's some Bart's like voice actress like doing her various like voices for from the roles that she did. When she got to Nelson, like she even said twink during like Nelson's part.
Ugh, it's a fun word. God.
Fuck. But yeah, like, so back to Shune, right? So Shune, I can definitely tell, like, it's Shune right there. They didn't change him too much. He definitely looks at least a lot more muscular than before.
The thing is, I hate, but it's because like anything will be better than, like, I'm sure every character will look better in 15 than 14.
Yeah, I do know, like, he'll at least, will look great in 15, though, once we see that.
Because, like, if there's anything that can just make the transition from the concept art to in-engine look better, it's gonna look 1,000 times better than 14. Especially with Samsho. Right. Samsho still looks pretty good. Some people say it looks ugly, and I'm like, I understand to a point, but it's still stylized, and it still looks better than 14. Way better.
I mean, how even looks like better than Street Fighter 4, and people say Street Fighter 4 was the most beautiful fucking game ever.
I hate how 5 looks. Or 5 and 4.
Dude, that's like people's like standard right there. Like, with fucking Street Fighter 4 and 5. But anyway, so... and then we saw, like, speaking of K-Dash, so we saw a couple of, like, glimpses of, like, Leona and K-Dash in sketch form. And they both are looking pretty good as well.
Yeah, I can't really tell the difference with Leona from that shot, but I mean, that's fine.
Well, yeah, I mean, we only just got like just a headshot of them though, but we'll see what how the outfit is. But for K-Dash, I definitely know it's gonna be K-Dash. It's just gonna be sunglasses and
pretty
leather,
much.
baby.
It works.
Yeah, and then of course they were teasing us, like, oh yeah, so here's like the state and this time when the 15 trailer is going to come out, and of course, I'm just like counting down straight to
Yep.
the days. And at the same time, they'll also be revealing the what season 3 is going to be like for
Yeah, with
Sam Show.
the last Blade rep.
Yep, which I'm can't wait to see, of who's going to make it.
I mean, this is nice and all, but I'm really worried that Yuri's not going to make it.
I love how like this man tells me like I'm worried like Yuri's not going to make it, despite
No,
she's,
I know,
like,
that's why I'm joking. I'm
okay
like,
with.
thank God I can have a character that's free pick for once. God, I'm sitting here struggling with Jam ever coming back, and I'm like, at least I have this insurance. Thank God.
Yeah, your insurance is pretty good insurance right there.
God. Although Blue Mary might be in that's where I'm gonna have to pray.
But you know who else is insurance though?
God, I wish it was Nakaruru, but no.
Your boy Clark.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go with oh God. Actually, I'm trying to think. Who was the? There was like one other character that I played briefly. God, I can't remember their name. But I was like a 98. It was like super brief though. But yes, Clark would be guaranteed.
Yeah, actually, wait. Can you describe their appearance? I can probably figure them out.
Oh God, what was even the special move? No, God, sorry, I'm just drawing a blank. That's whatever.
What is it? Robert from the King of Fighters?
No. No, I think it was this one that I tried briefly in training mode, but it didn't really fit. But I can't remember right now.
Oh, you know what? I think it probably must have been like Oh, you know what? I think it might be like. You know what? Yeah, I'm trying to block this one.
It's gone. Fuck. Anyway.
Yeah, I thought it would happen. So, but I'm gonna just can't wait to see like how it turns out. And again, praying that rollback comes in that trailer as well.
God, if they want to make everybody happy from the get-go, I hope they know they need to announce rollback right now. If there's a time to announce that thing, nice and early, everybody can get excited for the entire wave of advertisement or anything you got, as long as you say those magic words. Everybody's set. Nobody can bitch. I mean, hell, nobody can complain.
I just want to see it like in giant text, God, like during that trailer.
I hope, man.
Yeah. And of course, like visual wise, it's definitely like gonna look good though. Like I can tell, obviously, like from their experience with Sam Show, it's definitely gonna look better though. I just hope, again, like I don't be surprised it just looks nice enough. Like I'm just waiting to see if one person still makes like that PS2 joke.
Probably, yeah. I think they've learned their lesson about not announcing it early with that initial reveal trailer for 14 is very, very bad. And the game didn't look much better afterwards, but my God, that just set the entire standard.
Yeah, I just remember like that first trailer was, oh boy. That was like before they like it didn't have any shading or anything, and I'm like, oh jeez, dude.
I didn't even like really get into KOF at the time, but I definitely heard about it from the Best Friends, or formerly Best Friends podcast, and they talked about it. I was like, okay, I gotta go back and look at this shit. Oh God, I wish I didn't.
Yeah, I'm just glad, like, like they're trying to make sure like it just looks right. Like I know people like clamoring for them to have like Guilty Gear like style graphics, but I'm thinking of like they're gonna do like their own unique cell shading take on it.
Even if it looks kind of like Sam Show, it could still work. It's just that it has to be like less thick outlines, but still have good shading that makes it more like expressive in a sense, or like it feels like the actual lighting makes them stand out way better.
Yeah, I think like it should be like again like at the point where like people can be pleased with it and play the damn game without being shallow motherfuckers. Shouts to Just certain artists like I don't follow anymore. But I remember like he fucking said, "Oh yeah, I didn't play it because it looked
Yeah,
ugly as
no,
fuck."
for me, I just came in too late, and that's the thing with 15 is that I hope more than anything it has rollback because nothing will shoot my excitement more than it not having it. Because like it still pains me. Like I remember I mentioned that on stream that there was like someone that commented on like the Switch like Uniclear session. So
Oh
I was gonna go
yeah,
back and comment, and I did. You know, I told them like, you know, hey, thanks for stopping by. You know, usually play other fighting games here and there, but I'm not really playing this game anymore because it doesn't have rollback and it's kind of rough. And even on that session, I remember we even tried to like do like the ideal shitty for most players experience of like only wireless, and it was rough. It was like 8 frames. But I ended up like watching the VOD a little bit more on YouTube, and I was like, man, like, you know, rollback issues. And I was like, God, they look so cool. Everything about this game just looks so fun. Why can't I play? Like, it was
right,
so heartbreaking to see like Ori again. I'm like, fuck, I love that move set. God, what a cool character. And it just sinks into me. I was like, I'm
dude.
not playing this game. And it really, really sucks because I would love to put the time in to learn a game that I personally love Under Night. I never put in the time like that, but fuck, everything about that game is such a fucking hit for me. And it just, all it takes is that. That's all it takes for me to not put in the time, and it sucks.
Right, like I just want to play like more Enkidu and Akatsuki and friggin' like freaking like we're doing everyone
Yeah.
else, man. But the problem is just like Netcode just doesn't want to make it happen. Like hell, like I'm still pretty sad. Like with Grand Blue Versus, it's just like you know it just
Same
crashed and
thing. Like,
burned.
the game's gonna be perfectly fine. That's the thing, too. Grand Blue crashed and burned when it didn't need to. If it had rollback, it could have still had a really good scene right now in the middle of this pandemic, but oh my goodness.
Dude, I want to try Belial so much after like of the way like FFX like hyped up this
Yeah.
man for it. I'm like, man, I definitely would be awesome to play him if I had proper netcode
Yeah,
though.
and it's like for those who don't
Oh,
know, you know, what the deal is of rollback, it's just it makes a wider range of connections like more smooth, and it actually like it basically predicts what's going to happen to make it a smoother experience, hence, you know, why it's like rollback. Um the best example that I remember seeing from the documentary is like it doesn't take rocket science to figure out that hey, if you're pressing forward the next several frames, you're probably going to keep pressing forward, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's pretty much what rollback
yeah,
does. It predicts stuff to make it a smoother experience than delay based, because delay based, when there's even one single hitch, everything goes to shit. It's awful.
yeah.
But yeah.
And if I may add, is that like to make it more simpler, just in case we didn't understand any of that, it makes it feel like you're just playing, you know, offline.
I mean, that too,
Like,
yeah, it's closer to
for
that.
example, like yeah, because basically, like, whenever, like, last time I played, like, Garo with the new, like, robot netcode, it felt like this man was, like, sitting, like, next to my
Yeah,
couch.
pretty much. That shit just worked. And it sucks too, because I cannot wait for Namco to just quit and please just add rollback, because I was wondering why I could go back and like I don't know. I don't really play Smash Bros as much anymore, but it never clicked with me. I was like, why does this feel worse to play? Like when I played the Wii U version and the Ultimate version. And it's because Namco games inherently, to compensate for their shit online, they make the entire game suffer. And you have like I think like a 5 frame buffer or something. Like everything just feels worse.
Y-
I'm like, this doesn't feel as snappy as it should be. Even with like the new controls or like the new physics with Ultimate, I was like, this just doesn't feel good. I can't really like combo, or I can't really like snap to where I want to go half the time, and I'm like, what is this? Until I figured out that it's like Namco just does that all the fucking time with their games. They like inherently, instead of like other games with training modes where you can like kind of set the input delay if you want to simulate online, they just do that by default. I'm like, oh my god, it's the worst.
yeah, and It also explains why, because I remember like when I randomly played some Smash Brothers with my brother over
Yeah.
at the island, right? He's like, man, why does it feel so slow compared to the other games? And then it hit me being like, oh wait, freaking default input delay is like worse
Yeah,
than in
and it's
previous
bullshit too, because
games.
it's like if anybody has the older games, like just pop in Melee or Brawl or 64, you immediately feel it. Like that shit's responsive and it's tight. You go and play those other games, it's like it's just enough to make it feel like, is my controller working correctly? Is this like a, or you would think like, oh, is this like a TV monitor problem? It's like, no, it's the game. God.
Yeah, I mean, how like I remember like Sam Show like even ran into a similar problem before release. Because remember like how they had like 8 frames of a
Yeah.
bit delay when they were doing the special PS Plus demo
Yep.
in Japan. And then they had to flew over someone like to France to the guy who was famous for doing like input like leg test to show him, oh yeah, we actually improve the input delay.
Thank God. Because especially in a game like Sam Show where it's like deliberate hits, like that would feel worse in a game that's like all risk, you know?
Yeah, especially especially when I feel extra shitty like way with the netcode
Yeah.
as well.
But yeah,
And
I guess
gave me
going back to 15, but I was just thinking about it because I was like, man, I'm sad. Like Uniclear for me is like the saddest like purchase I made all year. Because it's like, I bought it, I'm excited, new character's pretty cool. I don't want to play anymore.
yeah
It's so
yeah
disappointing.
uh
But yeah, going back to 15 and
yeah. And
whatnot,
also
unless you were gonna say something else.
oh yeah, wait, I have to go like
Oh, okay.
BRB. All right then. GG's delay. So anyways, back to
Yeah.
KO15.
Welcome back.
All right, so as you were saying, because you were saying back to KO15.
Oh no, because I think I cut you off for what you were saying before. When I derailed it to
Oh no, I was trying to I was trying to let you know I was getting interrupted.
Oh no, I know, but I mean like before I derailed it to like the comment I read and then like the Uniclear stuff, you were talking about 15 or I was like, I
Oh
probably cut you
yeah,
off from something
okay.
there.
Oh no, that's fine. So anyway, hopefully KO15 is looks pretty good, looks pretty fun, and of course with functional
Yep.
netcode. And so I've heard you have like a good chunk of your month right there.
Yeah. So wait, was there anything else in your month?
Nope, that was all.
Okay. So yeah, I got a lot. We are at, let me see, about an hour 49. I'll try to keep this at least in an hour. Because I'd like to get around like 3 hour mark would be like probably good. Like I said, there's not gonna be a lot of like news, so I think it's doable. But yeah, there's a lot. So I made the joke earlier, but I think the last time we talked, the PS5 was about to come out, so I ended up getting the PS5. I just want to talk about it a little bit. For those who watched the streams when it was out. So thank God mine isn't like a defective unit or something, right? Everybody has that fear when they buy these things at launch, which I usually don't buy at launch,
Yep.
but the one saving grace of this console is the backwards compatibility. Being able to have any game just load faster, or, you know, some games, depending if they have the update, look better, is nice. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'll put the money down on this just in case. Like, for example, I went back and finished oh my god, that's right. Sorry, I just realized I also got to talk about Yakuza 0. Fuck, there's so much.
You can talk about both things briefly though.
Oh my god.
You can just keep it brief.
It's so funny because it's like when I look at how many games I've played, it's like, nah, I've only played like 1 or 2 games. It's no big deal. I'm like, Jesus Christ, wait, no. When I think about the entire month, like, how do I manage to do so much? So yeah, got the PS5. It's pretty good. Astro's Playroom is like the game that comes with the PS5. Holy shit, for that game being a tech demo, it's like one of the most fun games I played all year. It's a few like levels, it's very brief, but man, that shit is so incredibly charming and nothing but good vibes. It made me so happy. Despite it being like, almost like a nostalgia filled like tour of PlayStation's history. Um the game's just fun. It really shows off what the DualSense controller can do. That game is more of a showcase than actually getting your PS5, which is kind of funny. So they did a great job there. If you're ever getting a PS5 and you want to actually feel like you're getting a new system, go play that game first before any game that you buy. I'm just saying this, like, not just to you, so I'm just saying for anybody. Um, Go play Astro's Playroom first. It's not that long. It took me about 4 or 5 hours. You could probably take even less time. I still didn't even get all the collectibles, but that shit's just fun, and it's a good showcase with the controller. It uses everything. It gets a little gimmicky in some parts, like using the touchpad for like a segment in a level, but it's just cool, especially the haptic feedback, I believe they call it, or like the rumble. It makes the Switch's HD rumble look awful in comparison. That thing actually feels immersive. I really cannot describe it. Like, you have to just feel it for yourself. That shit feels incredible. Like, even just like surfaces that like Astrobot would like walk on, you would feel the almost like the texture, or like the actual texture to like the surface that he's walking on, combined with other things like a wind effect or something while you're walking on ice. Like, that weird sensation, like, they really do a good job. It's very immersive, in a way that I was not expecting. But it's really cool. I love that game. I wish it was a full game, honestly. Like, sometimes I would think about that game and be like, man, I wish it was just a full game. I want it so bad. Who knows if they ever will. It's kind of interesting, though, how they use that thing as, like, I forget what the team is. I think it's just a Sony Interactive team. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it was just like Sony though.
Yeah, but it is weird how that's now like, he's not like a PlayStation mascot, but he's like almost like the PlayStation hardware mascot, like for VR and this stuff. Like it's the thing that we use for demonstration, despite it being a very cute mascot, all the same. But it's very funny how that works. But no, that was dope. So afterwards, I ended up checking out the Demon Souls remake again.
I heard you had I heard you had like good times with it.
It was good, except, oh man. So there's been some contention with people. Some people think that the changes are better or worse, which of course, what happens when you remake stuff or you don't follow the art direction to a T completely. But for my money, I think Blue Point did a fantastic job. Game runs at 60 and looks fucking incredible. It looks gorgeous. As someone who's like played PC games, that game still looks better than most games I've played or seen on PC so far. Unless it's like I don't know, Cyberpunk on PC, which obviously I'm not buying that for the reasons some of you know and some of you don't. But that game looks fucking incredible. Blue Point did a fantastic job. They're the same people that did the Shadow of the Colossus remake, I think in 2018. And it runs at 60, but it feels like there's no compromises. The game still looks as gorgeous as it ever could. And it reminds me of how weird Demon Souls is structure-wise, where it's like, you pick a level and you can kind of choose to stay there or not, and there's like a weird order that you should probably do them in.
Yep.
But it's interesting to go back to Demon Souls and seeing, how things started. Personally, I like the new soundtrack or the reorchestrated soundtrack, but I know it's not for everybody because Demon Souls music was like very different. A lot of brass. You'd hear like an actual tuba be like carrying the main melody, right? Like it's very different compared to the Souls games and Bloodborne.
Yeah, and I'm very, very surprised that they make like a the tuba as an actual enemy. If you were to hear like those brasses coming in.
Yeah, it's very distinct. Demon Souls has it really just has a different vibe. Like, yes, it's the one that started it all, but it has things that are completely all its own with the original game. But the remake kind of makes it feel more like a Souls game or Bloodborne with the music and the vibes. But art style-wise, I still think it looks good. Some areas look better than the original, like Tower Latria is like this green almost like jail cell looking area that goes up to like the high towers and stuff, and it's really cool. The vibe that one has. So overall, the remake is good. There are some hilarious exploits. Do you know about some of the exploits, Soul, or should I explain it really quick?
You mostly explained it since I barely like SCP. People like mention them.
Okay, so overall, the remake is great. I recommend it. Obviously, when you can get it, it's one of the better games to get on PS5 if you're into Souls games. But probably by the time you play it, it's going to be patched out unless you get like a disc-based version. That's why I also went with the disc tray PS5 instead of just digital only, because I prefer still getting physical games. But there's also the added charm of playing games unpatched. Because let me tell you, Demon's Souls, it's possessive, gotta remember that. It has some weird-ass exploits, but the hilarious part is that all those exploits come together because of specific mechanics in the game. Like, it is like a perfect storm unlike anything I have ever seen. So, there are these gold coins you can get from a certain enemy. I forget the name of him, but he's an asshole who uses fire magic. Everybody hates him. Keeps laughing and mocking you as you go and like beat his ass. You know who it is if you play the games. But sometimes he has a chance to drop a gold coin. So what a gold coin does, and by the way, I might be getting some of this information wrong, but this is like the, layman's terms. So what the gold coin does, if you use it, is that it temporarily increases your luck stat.
Yep.
It's supposed to be temporary. So if you take a gold coin and you go back to the main hub and you go talk to Lady in Black, for some reason, if you use the coin in front of her and then talk to her, your luck stat gets fucking jacked. Like, going into like the fucking millions. Like, it just keeps going. You can stay on that like character stat like upgrade screen. It'll just keep going up. It can keep going up to the point where like it'll go past like 84,000 and you need to stop because it'll go back to fucking zero. Like, it'll literally roll back to the fucking negatives or like values that it should not have, and it'll not even count. But for some reason, yeah, if you use a gold coin and then just talk to her and get to that like stat upgrade screen, the luck stat just keeps going up like a fucking slot machine. Like, it just keeps ramping up. It's insane.
What the fuck?
So all you have to do to pause it or like stop at a value that you want, like it's like, I don't know, 78,000, which should never be attainable by any mere human, if the game was working right. You could stop it there. All you have to do is back out of that screen and it's locked. You can save and it's all still there when you reload. But it gets even dumber. It gets even dumber. So that luck stat already being so damn high makes it that any rare drop you would need from enemies is pretty much guaranteed. Obviously, right? That goes without saying. But then there's a weapon. I think it's called the Blue Blood Sword. Hopefully I get that right. That you get from there's like a vendor or someone that you talk to later on in the game where you can use some of the boss souls specifically to trade them in for either new magic or a new weapon, and it's like a one-time thing because there's only one boss soul for that specific, boss. But the Blue Blood Sword, it's the only weapon in the game that scales to luck.
Wow.
So you do that gold coin exploit with the Blue Blood Sword, you can one-shot anything in the game. Anything.
Like,
even the final boss.
Dude.
You can one-shot anything in the game. But we're not done yet.
Oh no.
We're not done yet. So then the final boss, so you haven't played Demon's Souls, right? Do you mind if I spoil the final boss a tiny bit?
Yeah, I played like the original, so yeah, you can go ahead with that.
Okay, so light spoilers for people who don't know what the final boss is. There's a mechanic where he can de-level you. He can de-level your soul level if you get grabbed by a certain attack. Combine that with the jacked up luck stat, you can basically reset your character and get him back to like proper max stats. So because you have the fucked up stats, you could one-shot him and, you know, finish the game like that with a fucked up save file, and cool, you beat the game. But if you want to feel like you've done it legit or cleanse yourself of that fucking bug, you can just get soul drained once, and he'll put you down to like 98 or something on your luck stat. And then you can die. And then you can go back and fight him and beat him legit and go get your souls, right? Souls retrieved, right? What's gonna happen? It's fucking jacked. Like, we're talking like billions of fucking souls you just got back.
So we're talking about like billion damage tier, like in Tatsunoko versus Capcom, right?
Not damage, but basically all the luck stat that was fucked, he drained from you, and that got like transferred over to the souls that you died and picked up again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was like around like those numbers, right?
Yeah, really,
holy crap,
really fucking high. To the point where like, okay, if the rest of your stats are fucking normie, you know, stats where it's like, oh, you got like 50 in like Dex or something like I did because I went for a Dex build. You could go back to the Lady in Black, use all those luck stat converted into souls, thanks to the final boss doing that one move. You can just go talk to her, and you can pretty much get a character at like level 99 of every stat. Which would take an astronomical amount of time for the average player. But you can just do that. So you can just have a 99 on everything, and it feels more legit than the fucked up luck stat, but it's still fucking dirty. This shit is so... No, I was gonna say, this shit is so fucking hilarious, though, because it's just like... When I say it's a perfect storm, it is literally a perfect storm of ways to exploit the game. If you didn't have a sword that scaled with your luck, if you didn't have a final boss that de-levels you to further exploit into soul levels instead, like, what is this? It is the most fucked up thing I've seen in a game where everything just adds up to make it even worse. It's insane.
Fuck, dude. Like, I'm just like trying to like process like this right now. I'm like, wow.
God, it literally goes in a fucking flowchart of just like point A to point D. Like, what the hell? If you didn't have one of those things, it would have gotten stopped at some point, but oh my god. So, needless to say, they're gonna patch that, but my god, that was hysterical.
I bet, dude, like, that's like the funniest like shit ever.
God.
Fuck,
never in my life have I seen an exploit like that.
Dude, fuck. Everyone's have like certain exploits in other games as well, especially in FF8. Because FF8, like, I've done really stupid shit with certain strats and stuff.
God.
But that one also takes the cake as well.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm gonna add to this conversation. Actually, I forgot to mention in my FF14 section, right? Where so I had to mention Demon Souls, right? I forgot to mention that like we also recently had like a new armor set because we got like this new currency called Revelations.
Yeah.
And with this currency is used to get like this armor I'm about to post in the chat, where this armor set they released blatantly looks like looks like the Soul series and Bloodborne.
What the hell? Wait, you said you put it on the Discord right now?
Yeah, I put it on the DMs right now just so you can see it for yourself. You're gonna be like, it's demons. It's just Souls and Bloodborne.
Holy shit! You're not kidding.
Literally. Do you see that shit right there?
Wow. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. That's blatant.
That's like the new like armor set like that came out like from patch 5.4.
Jesus Christ.
It doesn't have like the tank armor in the way right. It looks like the same armor set from Dark Souls 3.
It really doesn't. Oh man. God. But yeah, the remake is pretty dope. It's just, oh my god, that takes a cake. That is forever what I'm going to remember when I think of Demon Souls remake, at least from my experience of playing it on launch. God, it's just... I know people are complaining about the Cyberpunk 2077 bugs, as they should, but there are times when the bugs are so good that it's just like, okay, I almost don't want you to patch this.
Right? Like, those are like my happiest memories with Final Fantasy VIII as well, where it's just like really fun to learn how to like break this game with those fucking like bugs and strats.
Yeah, like I cannot believe there just had to be a sword that scales to luck. Like who the fuck?
Dude, just luck, dude.
It's the only weapon that does it. It's the only one. There's none that does like partial. It is just the one that scales to it completely. I'm just fucking incredible. But the remake
Fucking
itself
amazing.
is great. If you haven't experienced it, um definitely check it out if you want something that's like a Souls game but different. It's very good. It still has a good reputation. But with that being said, um the one thing that I didn't like was I had to, since I was doing a dex build for people who play the games, really quick, I'm just gonna say, yes, I had to get the pure blade stone. Yes, they increased the drop rates. It still fucking sucked. It still sucked miserably. So there's world tendency in that game. Basically, you could put it to black the more you die in human form. Or if you beat a boss in a certain level, it'll go back to, or it'll go towards white. The main strat that people do is like they die in the Nexus, or the main hub, as a human, so that they don't affect the actual worlds that they go into if they die as a human.
Yep.
But I have to do that in Stage 4, which has like all the undead skeletons and shit. And there's a certain spot that has like a black skeleton that kind of has like dual wielding swords, like a samurai type of like Black Phantom dude. I was forced to learn to parry that bitch just to get a chance at the pure blade stone. It was so fucking hard. And there's a contrast between like me and Shin, where it's like I feel like Shin has a higher tolerance to this stuff. But for me, I felt like I was hitting a brick wall and I was not having fun. All to get this damn pure blade stone because you needed it to max out the dex weapon. And apparently
Yep.
the original was worse, but I was still suffering for like at least a good like 8 hours. Not completely like with the drop rate, but just learning the fucking thing. Until I found an easier way to do it, because you can kind of if you get like one parry off, you can like attack him and it forces him to do an attack instead of like waiting for him to get up and do it, which makes the timing trickier. So you can kind of manipulate him, and I figured that out, and it was much more tolerable after that. But holy shit, it was just dying and going back to that area, getting your ass kicked again, over and over again. That shit was rough. It is like the lowest point. It's like Demon Souls is a good game, but fuck me when you have to go out of your way to get certain drops or certain stones or certain things to upgrade. It's rough. The grind in Demon Souls is not great. And they fixed it a little bit. They addressed it a little bit, but yeah, it still shows some flaws in the design in Demon Souls. So it depends. Some builds are easier to make than others, but a new player's not going to know that, you know. So it's a good game, but it doesn't reach the high points of Dark Souls 1 or 3 or Bloodborne for me. Especially 3 and Bloodborne. I'm in the minority where I really love Dark Souls 3. I think it's one of my favorite games, period. Like, 3 and Bloodborne are my favorite From Software games if I had to put any of them up on that pedigree. But yeah, it's... I think I mentioned that on the stream, and this is the last thing I'll say on Demon Souls Remake, is that, like, it's a good game. It's like an 8 out of 10. But when Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne are some of the best games I've ever played, no. The gap there is too large for me to put it up there, but it's like a 7 or an 8, so it's good.
Awesome.
So then I played Yakuza 0, or not played.
Nice.
We
Well, finished it. Yeah.
finished it, yeah, because my sister and I we stopped around like April for some reason. I forget why. Couldn't tell you. It's just been that long. But that's always one of the things that I love. I'd love to showcase games with my sister, or like have her be there with me, but unfortunately, moments like that make me apprehensive.
Yeah.
Because then things fall through the cracks, and it's like, okay, now you're working, So how the hell are we gonna schedule this? Are you in the mood to do Yakuza 0 tonight? Oh, you're busy or you're tired from work? Makes sense. I'm fucked. You know, like, it's not even like I'm mad at her. It's just like, I understand, but fuck, I would have done it on my own. It was gonna be like this, you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
it's awkward. It's just awkward. So we, I'm trying to think, what was it? Oh, I know what it was. Weirdly enough, what inspired me to get back into, oh gosh darn it, what's the channel name? I can't remember it. There was like this channel that I mentioned in like the DMs once that kind of had this like documentary series on like Japanese devs and whatnot. Um and I think they did one based off like the guy who did the Yakuza series. I could probably link it in the like, you know, on the side, or like I think not as an end card thing, but like something you can like recommend on like the top right if you see like an exclamation mark or something on the video. I'll probably have it there in the sidebar. It was a really cool video where the I guess the director or the creator of the Yakuza series was kind of talking about it, and you know, I think Like a Dragon like just came out, so they mentioned that one a little bit as well. But it's really cool because it reminds me of so did you ever watch like Toko TV on YouTube?
Toko TV.
Yeah, it used to be I'm not sure if it's the same channel because I know they rebranded or like that whole thing stopped. Um it had really cool videos of all kinds of creators and directors. Like there was one of like Yoko Taro that a lot of people watched.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say like I think I've only seen the one with with Yoko Taro on it.
Yeah, so it was that kind of thing with like the Yakuza creator as well. But it's a different name. I can't tell you the channel name. I just don't remember right now. But I'll link it later. But I saw that video and I just got inspired to like play the Yakuza series again because I was like, fuck, it's so good. Why are we stopping at like one of the better ones? And like over the night, I just texted my sister saying like, hey, you know what? Do you want to finish Yakuza 0? This is like around like November. I was just like, I just really want to finish this game. I'm like, fuck it. People don't have any context. I don't care. We gotta finish this. I refuse to finish 2020 and let that year go and die. Like, I refuse to let that game die when it doesn't deserve it. Because I'm so tired of other games that I've like streamed. It's a few. There's like a few games that I've just like dropped and I'm just like, I hate it every single time when I look back. So I'm like, fuck it. Let's pick up where we left off. I don't care if nobody understands what's going on. I'm not gonna explain. We are just gonna pick up where we left off. So I could have streamed it on PC if I wanted to. I could have rebought the game and done that, but I'm like, fuck it. PS4 save, put that thing on PS5. It works. We're good. And man, that shit is like, that story is a fucking 10 out of 10. Oh my lord. It is some of the best storytelling, some of the best, like, God, it's just, fuck. I cannot believe how good that story is in a series that I have no idea, like, what to expect, but even as a prequel, I know it sets up things perfectly for, like, 1 and 2 and, like, everything else going forward. I really don't want to spoil anything here. Obviously, we don't have that much time anyway, but that story is fucking incredible. It just had me on the edge of my seat the entire time, especially towards the end when like the plots are kind of like converging with Majima and Kiryu, and you're just seeing all these factions, like almost this like 4D chess type of like betrayal and setup, and like, oh my god, it's so good. And the music was fantastic as well towards the end. That soundtrack is just as great. And there's so much stuff I didn't even get to do because like when I came back and picked it up, I was really tunnel visioned to finish the game. I just wanted to finish it. I didn't want it to like, you know, okay, we start, I get distracted by all the goofy fun stuff you can do, and then we just don't get it done again, right? So I was just like, all right, we just make a beeline for the main story. So I missed out on some of like the financing and like I think like the cabaret stuff you could do with Majima.
Yeah,
I didn't get the extra fourth style. Like there's a lot I missed.
Yeah, and I believe like yeah, it's also like the laundry list full of like side stories too.
Yeah, like there's a lot I could have done, but I'd rather ensure that we just got it done. Super casual, but we got the most important part of the game that hooks you to wanting to play the other games. We got the main story done. Um,
Yeah, it's quite really fascinating how like the main like aside of like the game for being having this reputation for like obviously for before people call it like Japanese Grand Theft Auto, and then it's just like the Mimi game that has that Make Him a Thai song.
yeah,
But definitely like amazed that like one of the best parts of the game besides the mini games and everything where you have like the main story that kind of feels like it's written like a J drama right there.
yeah. I was gonna say like the story is just like I love how it balances the absurdity of the mini games and they just like throw all the seriousness out the water. But when it comes to like cutscenes and story, you're like, I feel like I'm watching a movie or something like not in a bad way, but in the sense that I'm like so engrossed in a good movie where I'm just like, I need to know what happens next. I need to see where this is going because it's just that enticing. And the actors' performances are great. I don't know what they use for like the motion capture. It's insane that that's like a PS3 game apparently when it came out, but the cutscenes
Yeah, it was
look
like a
great.
yeah, it was like one of those like cross-gen games where it came out for both PS3 and PS4.
Yeah. Um, but my God, like I would love to just see like have they ever done a Yakuza movie that's just like in that CG style?
Sadly, no. We only had like a live action Yakuza movie that I think we should probably like watch with Sakashira and everyone else someday.
At some point. Yeah, but like even just those performances alone, when it goes to like the super high fidelity looking cutscenes, God, it looks stunning. It looks great.
Right?
They can probably
Especially
make it look
like
better nowadays. Like I know the later ones probably look better in general, but
yeah, like with the new Dragon engine
yeah,
that came from like 6.
yeah. But like in general, it's just super great to just look at in general. Like when it comes to like the story moments, like God, the pacing as well is like really good. Every chapter feels like something major is happening by the end. It's just done beautifully. The execution is great, in my opinion.
Right? And plus like I'm so happy that that the way like like their narration etc. Like that style also managed to like perfectly transition when they made Fist of North Star Lost Paradise.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, you should probably get a copy of it on PS4. Because
It's
we're
not
not
on
sure.
PC, right?
No, we're not sure when it comes to PC because obviously it's a license game.
Yeah. I'll look into it if there's ever like on sale or something somewhere. I might snatch it up. Um
Yeah, either physical or digital though. But yeah, it's definitely like a really good game despite not like it's definitely great for like I was thinking for both veteran fans like me of Fist of North Star along
yeah.
with newcomers who aren't very familiar though.
Yeah. I'll maybe I'll check it out when I can, although I definitely want to check out the rest of the Yakuza games now that I've played that one. Which I love how even my sister was waiting for Majima's line at the end, and of course they had to fucking do it. I'm
Oh
like, man,
yes,
it has a fucking perfect like prequel ending. It's like, oh, this is perfect.
yeah. It's just like you see like just two guys coming together and just one just goes Kiryu-chan.
She was waiting for it because it's like everybody knows, even if you haven't played a game, it's like you know that's the thing with Majima. So,
Dude, he just had to like say the thing right there.
oh man, it's perfect. Like everything about that prequel is just perfect. I haven't even played the other games, and I know they just set up everything so well. Like I can just tell. Um,
Yeah,
so it's
like
great.
oh
Oh, I was gonna say the only thing that is still not super crazy about, maybe I need to like learn more, is the combat's still kind of just okay for me. You know, it's like
yeah.
quick, easy. You get in there, you press some buttons, you call it a day. Smash someone with a bicycle. I don't know. It's over the top, but it's very simple combat. You know.
I was gonna say like it's definitely like a lot more like involving like compared to like the previous games because this is actually the first one where they actually did like a you had styles in combat.
Oh, this is the first one.
Yeah, this is the first one that had styles
Hmm.
because before you only had like just one style you were stuck with for the entire game for I believe that was the original 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
and 5 as well. Actually, yeah, and 5.
Hmm.
But technically, you had different. But technically, when you get to like 4 and 5, you technically have different styles with
Different
a different
characters.
yeah different protagonists. Yeah.
Yeah. Um. But no, it was really good. It's one of my favorite games I've played all year. I hate how disjointed it was from my personal playing experience, but I still really loved it by the end.
But you know what?
And
You
even
know
with
what?
a story that good, it was hard for me to forget those major moments early on in like April. You know?
Yeah. It definitely really is, especially like again, there's just like many like amazing moments in that game. But you know what's the best part, man? The time when you finished the Yakuza 0 was also the time when they announced like the rest of the Yakuza series are coming to PC.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that like a few days later at the Game Awards. I was like, because I was waiting. I saw so many sales of the remaster collection on PS4, but I was like, no, I have a PC now. They're gonna do it. When they ported like Kiwami 1 and 2, I was like, okay, they just have that one gap. They just have 3, 4, 5, and 6. I know they're gonna do it. Like they've been, because I even looked up an interview. Like I literally looked it up just to like quell my fears. And one of them said that they're not outruling the possibility. So I was like, okay, they're considering it. Considering how Sega's been like really doing a lot of good PC ports this year, they're probably gonna do it. And thank God I waited and didn't impulse buy one of those like PS4 versions on sale because I was like, I'm holding out for PC. And thank God they announced not only 3, 4, and 5, but 6. And I think
And 6.
yeah, and I think the 3, 4, and 5 are coming out like in January, and then 6 is coming out like later in March. But that's still dope. That means that now I can have everything on PC. Thank
Yep.
God.
And it also means you get to play Virtua Fighter 5 on PC as well.
And Puyo on PC. It's like
Yep. Oh no,
I
worries.
can't
He
do
also
that
got
already.
he also got Mahjong too.
Oh fuck. I remember seeing that shit post tweet where it's like, okay, guess which game is the one that people hate, and I'm like, really? People like Mahjong over Puyo Puyo? I hate it here.
Bruh, yeah, that was like the most wacky shit I ever read. Like, it
It's
was,
so stupid.
dude, I'm so glad like somebody made my favorite shit post where like, it's like the hold hands together post
Yeah.
where it's Yakuza fans, FF14 fans don't know how to play Mahjong.
Oh man, pretty much. But no, that game was great. Although in between, before finishing Yakuza 0, picking it up and finishing it in like about 4 or 5 days, I was also playing Cold Steel 2. So I'm not gonna try to spend too much time on this because, quite frankly, in some ways the game doesn't deserve the full blown discussion the other games have.
Yeah, I definitely have a very brief summary as well once you're done with yours.
Yeah, because I definitely want to hear your thoughts for when like you played the game as well. Because oh man, there's a lot and somehow not a lot at the same time. It's very weird. Hold on, I'm being called.
GG's.
Okay, sorry about that.
All right, welcome back.
Thank you. So, yeah, Cold Steel 2 is really weird. It has some really great moments, but oh my god. I'm not gonna go point for point on everything, but just even the music, like, starting off was like very solid. The battle theme grew on me. It was a little weird at first, but I was like, it's cool. We're getting to like the whole. I guess spoilers for Cold Steel 2, by the way, if anybody's listening. Pretty far into the series, so I would hope you already know what to expect. So cool. We finally get to Mir. The playset was in the cursed drama CD that we never got to see in the first game. Cool, new setting. Toval's there. New characters. At least is like playable. This is cool. I was like, oh, this is a good start to the sequel. I have my expectations relatively medium. I've heard before going into this that it's got a pretty bad rep. It's a very divisive game, so I was like, okay, I'm expecting like where the entire time I was waiting, I was like, where does this go bad? Where does it go bad? This is fine, they're getting the gang back together. It's fine. Azure did something similar. It's okay. It's not blowing my mind, but it's okay. And then you get the intermission, after Act 1, and it's fucking incredible. It's like, hey man, remember Sky SC? You love that game, right? Let's give you a little taste of that shit. Let's give you the good shit. Right? Like all this, and for me personally, like it's funny because I wonder what other Trails fans consider the good shit. Because for me, that's what I consider the great stuff. When you get to see like a new side to like these villains, and you get to see this whole new perspective on the situation. But then you have tons of character development. With Reen and Crow, and like even Crow's backstory is there. Like every single piece of good shit that I wanted to see for a long time for like the sequel, it was pretty much there for a good while. And then we get to Act 2. Oh my god,
Mm-hmm.
Act 2. Like, it's like going from like, yes, we're here, it's a Trails game, it's fucking good, let's go, I'm hype. And then you get, you don't just get brought down to Earth, you get brought down several levels below the Earth's surface. Um, oh my god, Act 2 is where it gets bad.
Yep.
Fucking hell. I thought it was gonna be like a portion, but it was like pretty much the second half of the game. It's worse than I thought. And honestly, I'll preface this as well. For me personally, this is the lowest point in the series for me by far. Um, I didn't like Crossbell as much as I thought it would, but I think it still had relatively good moments here and there.
Yep.
And it was consistent, right? Even
Yep.
Azure, I think, was like a little rough in the pacing category, but not to this degree.
Yeah, because like I was gonna say this like for last, but actually you know what? Keep going. I'm
Yeah.
gonna say it.
Well, I was just gonna say, yeah. So Act 2, basically, you run around, you get your other students that I really don't care about much, unless it's like Vivi or Rosine, or like, a few others. There's like maybe like 4 that I like, but I really don't care enough to go out of my way for any of them. It's just like y'all can find your way. What's the big deal? But no, the majority of Act 2 is that, or revisiting the shrines that you have to do to get Zabrine ore. And it's just the old schoolhouse repurposed as dungeons, which at first I thought like, oh, this is fine as like a nice little diversion. But now when it's the center point of something you have to do, I'm like, no.
Yep, and then all you hear in the shrine is Holy Holy Saints, Holy Spirits.
That one track.
Fantastic song, fantastic song by the way. And shout outs to the actress that played in the stage play that sang that shit perfectly.
Yeah. I mean, God, at least the dungeons were straightforward. There wasn't like any like super annoying gimmicks or anything. They were straightforward at least.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
it's just kind of there.
Yeah. I mean, the only difference was like you can get like the right character with the right weapon type to get past through these certain obstacles, but that's about it.
Yeah. And I mean, gosh, it's just there's some new mechanics. There's like overdrive, there's like stuff that kind of makes it more satisfying. Blade 2 got somewhat improved, There's little things that I noticed. The animation got better, somewhat. I've noticed that the S-Crafts got better when they got the upgraded ones. I can appreciate at the very least that they're improving with the engine that they have. It's still not quite a looker, but I can at least see the improvements, here and there, and it adds up and it feels good. But it can't save Act 2. Act 2 is just, it's a slog, and then when they try to make it seem like the story significant stuff is happening, it's just rescuing a random person, or it's like, okay, we'll go and rescue Elliot's sister. We're gonna go ahead and do that. Oh, we gotta fight Vulcan. And he has this like death scene, and I feel nothing from it because it doesn't feel like it earned it. It's just, God, even the moments that are supposed to be like the story beats for Act 2 feels like fucking filler, or stuff that I didn't need to see or need to know. Aside from maybe like Scarlet's, where like you actually like end up saving her somewhat. I'm like, okay, at least there's like a follow-up to that later when you go and check in on her. But Christ, it's so disappointing that nothing really happens that gets me excited, especially because of the structure that the game has gone for. Doing the intermission makes it feel even worse. Like the entire time, I'm like, man, I've had a fucking feast. and now I'm sent out to starve in the desert. Right? That's what it fucking feels like.
Yeah, and I'm kind of like amazed where like the intermission they peaked it like way too hard right there.
They really did. Like they set themselves up for the low point. Fuck. And the music is still great. But gosh, it's just I can't defend Act 2 whatsoever. And for some people it's probably fine. And I didn't even hate playing it. I still had fun in the streams, you know. We still had a good time. But I can't call it anything less than the low point. But I wish it was just that, because I really, really, really wanted it to stick the landing at the very least. I really wanted it to stick the landing at the very least after Act 2 disappointing me.
And what happened at the end of Act 2?
God damn it. So gosh. Oh, I was gonna say at the very least for Act 2, when Celtic got burned down, that was a nice little, at least, like, you know, scene where actually I felt something. I had emotions, you know. I was like, I'm alive.
Yeah, literally for a bit of the first one. Wait, now that's fucked up right there.
Yeah. But you know, then we go to the what's it called, the Infernal Castle. I was gonna say palace, but no, it's castle.
Yeah, it's a castle, not the. I was gonna say the Azure Castle. Oh wait, no, that's Trails of Azure right there.
Yeah.
Which,
oh well, wait. I guess before all that, let me dial back the clock. Or what were you gonna say though?
I don't know. No, okay, keep going.
So I was gonna say before all that, right? Then you had to go and rescue Trista, which is supposed to be this big, impactful thing, and I'm like, it's just Trista, guys.
Yeah, let's go have a fight with Patrick, and then
go fight
be
Patrick.
Friends.
Go fuck up everything with Laura's dumbass Toro spilled.
Yeah, and then oh yeah, and then there was also one very special moment in that Trista section, though.
Yeah.
Was seeing this man's disappointment with the bonding system.
Oh yeah. That's right. How could I forget about this? It gets even worse, but I'll save that part for later. But yeah, it gets worse than I thought. For one specific character. So, yeah, ended up doing Sarah's, Laura's, Elisa's, and did I get Toa's? I think I did.
I would say yeah, you almost got. I believe you almost got Toa as well.
Yeah, I think I did. I'm not sure.
We had Toa, and then we also YouTubed the Wind as well.
Yeah. Oh, it was Fia as well. Yeah, we YouTubed. So we looked at some of them. They were all pretty good, but man, I got pissed off at Laura's.
This man, like,
oh my
I
God.
saw this man's face when he got so fucking pissed.
I was like, okay, cool. We got the good scenes, and it's like, honestly, I've said it before and I'll say it again, the bonding system should not exist. I hate this thing. But if you're gonna do it, at least make it feel like it's worth a damn, but that's exactly the problem. They can't. It's so non-committal that it's like, great, why is this here? Like, if you're not gonna commit, don't waste my fucking time with open choice. Everyone's a winner. Like, no, everyone's a fucking loser with that bonding system, man.
Yep.
God. And yeah, Laura's really ticked me off, because it's like, okay, they're setting up for a kiss. They're like right within like, they're like at least like 2 inches away from their fucking faces. Like, come on. Don't tell me you're not gonna do this when Trails and Sky SC did it. But nope. Just like every other one, they're cowards. Unless it's fucking Elisa. And then for some reason they do it like twice. Not just once. Twice. Like, give me a break. Because for one, it's still hilarious because it's still non-committal by the time we go to 3. But oh my God, that bias. And I knew that bias was there, but wow, that is some dumb shit.
Like, bruh, like, before you went to that scene, like the final bonding moment with Alyssa, I was having, a little bit of a discussion with Crux in the DMs.
Yeah. Please tell me, because I'll never get to see those DMs. I need some context here.
Alright, so basically I was telling Crux, is like, oh yeah, it's not coming enough for this man to get disappointed by these bonding moments, right? And then he's like, oh yeah, so Curious to see how he reacts to Alyssa. I'm like, wait, what happened in Alyssa's again? Oh yeah, Alyssa's actually kissed me. Oh fuck, I forgot. He's gonna be so fucking pissed off right there.
God, and yet the swerve was me laughing at more so Reen's line of saying that, oh, ever since this whole thing started, there's never been a moment where I haven't thought of you, and I'm like, bitch, where?
I'm like,
That's the one that
bruh,
got me.
how fucking dense you are.
I'm like, where? You sure you don't mean Crow, my boy? You've been talking about him every minute you can.
I'm like, bruh, like,
Absolute lie.
I'm like, that chap is like made for Crow right there.
Like, that's the one that really got me, but the kiss as well was just like, oh my god, give me a break. Like, I don't even mind that it exists, but it's like, have your bias in the fucking story cutscenes or whatever. When it comes to choosing someone, why do you need the bias there when someone's already made the choice? God, it makes no sense. And yeah, like, Laura's is just like a pan to the right, and I'm like, no, that's bullshit. They didn't kiss. I know.
Yeah.
You're not pulling a fast one on me. That's not implied shit. You just didn't fucking do it.
And then meanwhile, the guys just fist bump.
Pretty much. And it's like, I'm not saying they have to, but the fact that one outcome does is really shitty.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, bro, what is that? But even then, it still has the same problems as the previous entries, where it's just like, why are main development moments tied to that stuff? Especially the ones that happened in Berea Hard with like Fee was like a pretty good one. Where it's kind of talking about her her whole deal with Zephyr and like what she's gonna have to do, like, you know, by the time like she reaches him. And it kind of leads to more questions about the whole origin of that stuff beforehand. So there's some really good ones in there that I'm probably never going to get to see. And I really hate that. It's a bad system. I better not see it ever again after 4. And it better stay that way. Because I don't even care about best fucking girl. Like, God, don't even talk to me about that shit. Because I just don't care. Everyone loses. Best what? Best person to pick for bonding system? It's all trash, man. You know?
Yeah. I mean, even like with best boy is also trash as well.
Yeah. It's all just everyone loses. Because you have free choice, but it's non-committal. So. God. Especially character development. Like, I hate how, like, I didn't care much for Emma even by the end of Cold Steel 2. When I feel like that should have been the game where, like, we get to actually know more about her. And I just, maybe it's in the bonding system. Maybe it's in an event that I didn't see. I don't know. Vita certainly didn't help spelling out, like, all the Hexen clan shit. Like, it's nothing. God, just so many things I feel like they could have handled better. Like, if you have all this time in Act 2, you could have sprinkled some of that stuff in there. Even in those like Terror Shrine like revisits, that could have been where we get some details on the Hexen clan shit. Not having it all dumped when Vita just says it once in an entrance, and I'm like, really? That's how you're gonna do it? That's how you're gonna tell us about this shit? Fuck. Like, I don't know. I appreciate the subtle world building that it has, and then sometimes it's just, here's a cannonball, right? Man, Cold Steel 2 is weird like that. Also, if we're talking about best girls by far are Sarah, Fee, and Toa. At least for me. Laura's up there too, but those 3 are my favorites so far.
Yeah.
But man, even Elliot remains like mostly unchanged too. I'm just like, God, this roster is a mess. I shouldn't hate the characters. I just hate that they're not getting anything. It's rough, you know. They're not getting anything, and then Act 2 just exists, right? That's what pisses me off. Like, characters that are underdeveloped, and Act 2 has the fucking gall to exist, where barely anything happens. It's insane. I don't know what they're holding out on. Maybe they just didn't have the time. But it's like Vex is saying, Cold Steel 1 and 2 were not meant to be 2 separate games. Boy, does it show by that point.
One game. Yep.
Yeah, boy, does it show. But anyway, let's get back to that ending. Holy shit. So
shoutouts, you know, to that the Trails of Azure reference right there, where you just see like the big ass like, which is like the globe and then the tree.
Yeah, that shit was cool. Because they're taking place like around the same time. So it was cool to see that perspective. But yeah, like the Infernal Palace happens, or like they save Trista, then they go on the final mission to try to rescue Elise and the governor and like all the other remaining people that you still haven't saved. Um,
Yeah.
God, small aside too though. That's the other thing I don't like about this game too is that like rescue missions, whatever, but the courageous really kills the pacing of this game for me because it just feels like I'm looking at menus and fast traveling everywhere. It makes the world feel so disconnected. I don't feel like I'm getting anything done, despite apparently getting stuff done, but it's like I'm just going through menus, right?
Yep.
It's a very jarring feeling, which like for some people that's convenience, but I don't know. It feels like a little too convenient. It's weird to put into words. It's just something about it feels wrong. When the majority of the game is going through that shit and just relying on fast travel. Um, which Cold Steel 1 kind of already had that problem, but I would go out of my way to like, actually go to where that town or like the shop is like on foot to make it feel connected. Um, just because I had that option, but with the ship, you don't really have that option. Um, but yeah, so you get to the Infernal Castle. After you rescue them, crazy shit happens. It's a pretty lengthy final dungeon. It's like the real final dungeon. Now that I know what I know, it's the real final dungeon. I don't care what anybody says. Um, it's pretty lengthy, but it's very much again kind of set up like SC, which I've noticed there's a lot of callbacks to SC, which I'm super down for.
Yep.
Because that's my favorite game so far. But yeah, you go through like several floors, and then like on each major floor, there's like a boss fight there. Um, some really cool revelations and shit goes down. Shout outs to fucking cheesing Zeno and Leonidas with fucking Laura and Fee. That was that was absolutely
That,
disgusting.
dude, that was the funniest shit ever. And plus, you almost fucking cheese freaking McBurden right there.
Yeah.
Like I still remember like the one I think it was like during the evening or afternoon where I managed to like curb stop that dude. Like my first try, and Vex didn't even believe me. He told me that was like, how the hell did you beat like the hardest fight in the game?
God.
I'm like, I'll bug of the shit.
Pretty much. Good lord, it's like even if I didn't use Laura's build, like if I use like Seraphic Ring or something, it's like I can't see it being that bad anyway. But
I mean,
yeah.
how like even with those like Zaram stuff, like they shower you like
Yeah,
from
with
those
the free DLC,
DLCs
I'm
that was
like, oh my
included.
god. Yeah. Breaks the game. Um but yeah, just to not, lose track or make it gone for too long. Yeah, so the Infernal Castle is pretty cool. The boss fights are pretty good, but gosh, McBurn's fight with Victor was pretty fucking dope. Um, Shoutouts to it killing the bitrate though, because it's so many like after effects and shit that it's like, man, hope you guys like the pixels. I can't do
Yeah,
anything about this.
yeah. It's kind of like when you're doing like the final boss of Resi that also killed the bitrate too.
Yeah, well, I think
When you
at that point, it was probably too late anyway. Or sorry, it was like too low due to me not understanding how much I could get out of my ISP.
yeah.
Because shoutouts to me doing FC and SC, I think still in like 720p when I probably could have done 1080. But yeah, it also killed the bitrate, I'm sure, because that bitrate was way lower. It was like probably half
Yeah,
of what I streamed that for more like stuff recently. God.
yeah, it's also because like of the way like that backward spiral when you put on turbo is like is like it kills it right there.
Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, cool fights along the way. But then we get to obviously the final floor, and holy shit, it's pretty fucking sick. Finally, the game gets good again. Um, you have your battle with Crow that they've been setting up for the entirety of the game. Um, with the new weapon that you had to go through all the shrines for to do. Um, it's like I think it's 4 or 5 fights all together. Fighting like the Vermilion dude as well, which is a very
Yeah,
sick design. Um, it's all just really cool. Like, it just feels like it just keeps like adding more and more. But man, once you finally get to the end, fuck, I didn't want to believe that Crow was dead. God, that shit sucked. I had a feeling he was lying too, but I thought they could bullshit their way or something, right? Because I think the problem is too, because I know people were like, making jokes and shit about like, man, this guy didn't cry when like Crow died, but it's like, it's so fucked when you get so desensitized to character deaths. When you watch shit like anime or any other show that like makes deaths like inconsequential, you kind of lose perspective on when things will actually happen. Um, at least for me, it's like sometimes I'm like, all right, where's the asshole? I know Osborn is still alive, right? Is he not gonna die too or something, Because I at least know that Osborn somehow faked his death. So, in my mind, I was like, okay, is this actually legit? Are they going to commit? I don't know. The show series has committed 2 deaths before, but it's just like, I couldn't tell with Crow after they build him up so much, but man, it does make it worse in hindsight. But it was a great scene, but, well, sorry, were you gonna say anything?
Oh, no, like, I was gonna say, like, during that scene, yeah, no, like, it really depends on the character, just to make me react to how I feel.
Yeah.
I think the main issue is that, like, Osborn just, like, stole the show during that scene.
That thing, too, that's what I was trying to tell people, is that, like, I didn't even get the chance to really let it sink in, because then fucking Duke KN ended up being a fucking asshole. So it just immediately made me into, like,
Hold on.
okay.
I gotta be a BRB.
Okay.
Well, it looks like the game of the year like arrived today.
Oh my god.
So I thought it was the weekend. I thought it was gonna arrive on the weekend, but it won't. Anyway.
Wait, so what is the game?
You'll see when I post on Twitter.
Okay. But yeah, so I didn't even get the chance to like grieve or like let it sink in that he really is dead, because then Duke ends up like holding Cedric like, hostage, and I'm like, oh my god, this piece of shit. Like immediately your mood just changes because of this asshole. So it's like, okay, a lot of shit's going on at once. And then Rufus steals the fucking show. And then the whole fucking twist happens that he was actually one of the Iron Bloods. But then it also doubles down and gives you another fucking twist. The one that I already was expecting was that Osborn was alive, right? I'm like, okay, that doesn't faze me. I already know from playing Azure, whatever. But then he fucking goes and dumps the fact that he's Reen's fucking dad. And I'm like, holy shit, like, I don't want to believe it, because I was like, wait, like, is he, like, adopted, or is it, like, actual blood son? And I'm like, fuck me, either way, this is so fucked. God, that twist just broke me. I was like, I can't fucking believe this. Because, like, I was even asking people in chat, I was like, am I just blind? Did they set this up and I didn't fucking know? It's like, no, they really, really didn't.
No,
it was a mystery from the very. I was like, holy shit. Fuck, dude. That's really bad. And it there are some things that I did not really mention in closing thoughts on Cold Steel 2 that I find incredibly interesting, but I'm not sure if they're gonna have any payoff. Is that obviously after that fucking major twist, holy shit, it gives Reen at least a little bit of nuance that I wasn't expecting. At least in terms of like, it could be a little bit headcanony, I'll admit, but like the mental state of it all, of having that just dropped on you. And you can even tell like afterwards when he has to talk to Claire and whatnot, like he's super spiteful. And I can't blame him, because it's like, not only do you have to deal with this fucking baggage of this man being your fucking dad, but then it's the same guy who killed the one person that you were trying to get back to, for the majority of Cold Steel 2, and I'm like, this man's mental health should be utterly fucked.
Yeah, and that is why, like, I considered, like, Reen, like, the Rock Howard of Falcom right there.
Yeah, like, now I get why you say that, because it's like, yeah, that makes sense, because he's got that cursed part to him now.
Like, you could say, is that, like, his like, my evil blood boils.
Pretty much.
Like, literally, like, yeah, I'm just starting to make a meme where it's just like the shake hands meme where it's just like Reed Shores or Rock Howard, my evil blood boils.
God, no, pretty much. But it's just interesting, because it's like, I wonder, I guess what's gonna happen at the start of Coastal 3, like, how he handles that, because it is interesting, because the last time they've ever really had to deal with, like, I don't know, I guess they kind of touched on it with Lloyd, but it wasn't, like, to the point that I wanted. But Kevin's, like, still the best example of, like, that mental health, like, as a character arc, and, like, having to kind of overcome that shit was very satisfying for Kevin's arc, which was all done in one game. Fucking Sky
One
wins
game.
again. Sky always wins, right? So, God, I want it to go back. I really do.
Me too, man.
But God, nevertheless, it's still cool to see that perspective. I was like, okay, Reen's pretty goody right now. I've seen it all. He's kind of okay. He's got some ass pull stuff like Valimar and, you know, the ogre form. Whatever. I'm over it. Just enjoy the ride, right? But I'm down for that little bit of nuance there where I'm just like, okay, now I'm interested a little bit more. We'll see what happens. Obviously, you've played them, but I haven't. But nevertheless, that's cool. That's another layer that I could, you know, see. There might be payoff to that or not. But gosh, so the Infernal Castle was pretty cool. But then we get to the part that fucking blindsided me completely and utterly.
Yep.
And it's all thanks to the guide being out of order as well. Because apparently this chapter was like, it was after the epilogue, so I thought, oh, this is probably some New Game Plus shit I don't need to look at. I'm never gonna check this header in the HTML guide, whatever. All I care about is the epilogue, right?
Yep.
So then I fucking see, it cuts to fucking Tamgram Gate, and they're fucking fighting with the soul. That sounds like, wait a minute, this shit looks familiar in my head. But no, they're not gonna do this. All they're gonna show is that gate. They're just gonna show that highway, and we're gonna call it a day, right? And then it fucking hard fades to black to fucking fully rendered and modeled Crossbell in 3D, and I'm just fucking losing it already. And then they show off Grace and sorry, I forget the other reporter guy's name. That's always with her.
Yeah, I forgot it too, but I do know like he was.
But it was really cool because for a second it let me believe, like, okay, we're showing off prominent NPCs, but we're not gonna see the main crew, right? We're not gonna see the
barrier,
big ones.
Man.
We're not gonna see this until like 3 and 4, because the unfortunate reality, and I've mentioned this on stream, is that I have gotten spoiled on quite a bit thanks to Twitter. Solely thanks to Twitter. Or I guess like maybe some YouTube thumbnails might have like different render of a character or something that I haven't seen yet. So, I've gotten spoiled. I know that Tio is going to show up. I know that Lloyd's going to be in there. You know, I pretty much know all the SSS shows up at some point, which is concerning because it's something that Vex brought up in the stream too when we were almost done with the game. It's just that, yeah, Crossbell's cast kind of has their arc also happening in Cold Steel afterwards, and I'm very concerned about that. We'll see what happens, but I'm like...
Wait, did Vex mention that?
Yeah. Which...
Oh, why did she mention... Oh, my lord.
I was expecting it too, though, because it's like, okay, they're all showing up and they're all reuniting. It's like... I thought they went their separate ways, so I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
No, like, the issue is that, like, that's a little bit spoilery from Vex right there.
I guess I was kind of expecting it, honestly, but yeah,
I mean,
I'll live.
Basically,
it's not
like,
a huge thing for me. It's just like,
yeah, I mean, pretty much like when you get to 3 and 4, it's just like Avengers right there.
Yeah, the thing is, to already know from Hajimari that like the Crossbow cast is a part of that. I guess like one of the 3 arcs. So I'm like, okay, there's still vaguely I knew that development is still happening for some reason. 2 games wasn't enough, so it's kind of concerning that they need it in other games where they really shouldn't be intruding that much, if I'm being honest. But I'll see how they handle it. Nevertheless, it's a concern that I have, because that's like the first time. The only time that they've done that before was like, you know, Ren with Crossbow, but I feel like it was done pretty well. There's only a few loose ends they had to do there, but for me it was satisfying because I was invested. So we'll see. Maybe that'll be enough for me to still like how they do it later. But anyway, yeah. So after Grace and them have their conversation, man, I was not ready. I was not ready for Lloyd and Risha to just show up on screen in 3D, because that's the other cool thing too, right? The reason I was saying that I got spoiled in some ways, that I know some of the crossbow cast shows up, is that I know Risha and Lloyd show up in 3 or 4, I don't know. It's in the new engine, whichever one it is, I don't know. Could be both. It's still kind of vague for me, but I know they show up because people just can't help themselves on randomly putting in like a fucking good morning tweet, and it's like, bam, fucking Risha. I'm like, really? Really?
Oh,
I can't
yeah.
mute this. Fuck.
No, and here's the worst part about it is that, like, shouts, to all of your assholes on Twitter, you can't stick with one fucking tag.
You can't. They keep
For
changing it.
fucking-
It's like, is it CS4 Roman? Or what, 4?
Is it like...
Is it Cold Steel
like
4? Is it Trails of Cold Steel 4? Fuck.
This person is like X username, hashtag person.
Is it Ven
Cold
plays
Steel 4?
CS4? I don't even, that's made up, but it's like, sometimes it's like username plays CS4. I'm like, fucking hell.
Dude, I'm so glad, like, literally, like, pointing that problem out being, like, pointing out people being fucking assholes about, like, their hashtags as well.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to her, though.
It's, wait, to who?
Livy.
Oh, yeah, when she called it out. Honestly, that, it happens from other places, too, but it's like, we have to really keep going through this every time, don't we? And they still don't learn. Even people who are like,
fucking God, like,
it's even people who I just follow for like news coverage, or people that I like, I respect, and I don't think they're like super deep into trail shit. And then randomly, I'll just see a good night with a fucking TO post, and I'm like, are you kidding me? This is the last place where I expect this shit to be here. Fuck.
yeah,
It's so bad, and it's not even a word I can mute. It's so generic. Like, I can't do any. I barely get on Twitter, and I'm getting spoiled. Like, I'm barely on Twitter, so this is. It's so fucked. Like, why? I barely get on. I should be under a rock blissfully unaware, but it's so rampant and so inconsiderate that it's just unavoidable.
Right, like, and the worst part is that, like, even though, like, I locked my account for those reasons, but Jesus, man.
Yeah.
I'm not even know how much, like, I'm safe, especially, like, when Hajimari, like, obviously eventually, like, comes out.
Shit's fucked.
I'm not sure, like, how I'm gonna handle it, because I'm just gonna tell people that, like, if you don't tag your shit,
Yeah.
I will fucking block your ass off.
I've had to mute some people, and it still didn't help. Like, because it's just rampant.
No, like, the thing is, like, I'm not gonna mute them, I'm just gonna block them straight off.
Oh, no, I know,
because...
but it's like, either way, I'm still trying to deny seeing those accounts. Even people who are like, okay, I follow you, and I think you're cool, but you're incessantly spoiling this stuff. I gotta mute you until I'm done with the Trail series, and then I can just talk. But it's like, even then, it's unavoidable forever until somehow we get simultaneous release.
Yeah, I think the only way we have to do this is that, like, I think, like, I meant to, like, talk to Livy or anyone else in the Falcon community, being like, we need to make a unified hashtag. A unified hashtag that assholes can fucking use.
Yeah.
Without doing their own hashtags.
Pretty much. It's very bad. But yeah, I've been spoiled
anyway,
on quite a bit with that stuff. Yeah. But the reason I got so excited for this, and this is where, like, if people do not ever watch my Cold Steel 2 stream, they're probably gonna find my reactions to the SSS showing up in 3 and 4 being, like, somewhat underwhelming. Like, I'll still be excited because I don't know the context of when they show up, but it's gonna be more underwhelming because people spoiled me. But it's also because the big, huge rush of excitement is here because I did not know that there was a crossbow segment whatsoever in Cold Steel 2. The fact that I'm seeing, like, their Cold Steel 2 models for these, like, actually being real and existing is fucking insane to me in the moment. Because I did not get spoiled on that. I never see anyone posting a fucking screen cap of that because Cold Steel 2 doesn't look great, right? Fucking shocker. They're gonna pick the pretty ones. So, I'm genuinely so glad that nobody posted Cold Steel 2, like, Risha or Lloyd or anything, and I never fucking saw it on Twitter.
Yeah,
I'm so glad.
You're fucking safe because, like, the only thing that came out of that was that meme I posted.
What meme?
That was the only thing that got spread around for that section. That was it.
Oh, that one they mentioned with, like, Arios, and they're like, I haven't played the fucking game. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the only thing that came out of that.
Okay, because I'm like, fuck, dude, I'm so happy. I'm so, like, I'm on fucking cloud nine. I'm like, this is fucking
Like,
incredible.
like this dude, he was in
Like,
tears. Like he was crying like Michael Jordan right there on webcam.
I look back on fucking, I look back on that VOD, like, a few times just to, like, really see, like, man, what the fuck is going on? Like, my brain just shut off. Like, everyone knows. Everybody, like, or I know Bronco jokes about it later. It's like, are you good today? Because, like, you just kept saying, oh my god, for, like, 20 minutes. And I'm like, I know. I was like, just, oh my god, and what the fuck? Because I don't have the words. I've clocked out. My brain is gone. It's fucked.
Dude, it was like the most amazing development seeing this man being like, crossbow, it was pretty aight. But then when you get the crossbow in Cold Steel 2, you're like, I miss crossbow.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, when I played Crossbow, I compared it to Sky, and it's nowhere near as good as Sky, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But conversely, Cold Steel 1 and 2 so far haven't been as consistently satisfying as Crossbow. It's had better highs,
Yep.
in some respects, when you get those moments of, like, the final moments of Cold Steel 1 are pretty fucking great. And the moments with Reen and Crow and Cold Steel 2 are great, or anything that's, like, major development, or, like, the twists. It's fucking great. But the Crossbow games overall are more consistent than Cold Steel 1 and 2. So I have to at least give them that. So I'm like, it makes you appreciate, these things that you kind of took for granted, I suppose. So then I go back and see them, I'm like, oh, fuck me. That's right. They're from a better game. I can get excited again. Holy shit, this is so much effort for something that was never hinted at in Cold Steel 2 whatsoever. Just like, I thought all the Crossbell shit was gonna be in 3 and 4 because of getting spoiled, but I'm like, I'm so glad to not know a damn thing for this, because I can just have this. And shoutouts to Violet, I feel like I somehow channeled Max's reaction when he saw Cloud and Smash. Cause when I got to, like, hearing Get Over the Barrier and just immediately saying fuck you, I'm like, oh my god, it's the same fucking mood.
Like, dude, it was almost like that exact feeling right there,
oh
man.
My lord.
Holy shit.
So good. I was like, the first fucking note, I'm like, oh my god, no way.
Like, like, basically, like, folks, is that if you, like, you gotta, like, at least see some of the VOD, like, for this, like, on the YouTube channel, because this is, like, the most incredible fucking moment in that entire
it's the
playthrough.
Best. Like, I think it was, like, part 28. It was, like, two before the final session. That's when the game really ended for me. When I finished up the Infernal Castle and did the Crossbell chapter, that's when the game truly ended. Because nothing can top that. Of course, the dungeon was very confusing. I had to fumble my way through because I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, dungeon-wise, like, it was not so great.
Yeah, going from, like, the other straightforward dungeons to this, I was like, oh my god, this is gonna take me a minute. I feel so dumb.
Yeah, for me, like, I'm just glad, like, during when I did that section, I'm just glad, like, they're playing the Geofriend theme to at least somewhat enjoy it.
That's the thing, too, because your whole perspective, when you mentioned in chat, was that, like, you didn't play the Crossbow games getting to this point, so for you, it's a completely different perspective.
Yeah, it was, like, the most weirdest, like, moment for me, actually, because as you mentioned, is that, like, the order I did was, like, the Sky Trilogy, and then the first two Cold Steel games. Is because, again, I was still waiting, for the Geoframe patch until, like, I bit the bullet once I saw, like, Vax bit the bullet as well. And I was like, bruh, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but this is cool. Why this dude has, like, a fucking cool tonfas? Like, those friggin' tonfas were like, the first thing I noticed from Lloyd. I'm like, man. I can't wait to get into, like, check out this dude's game eventually. Yeah. Well, once I bit the bullet like in the like later on, but you know.
God, shoutouts to being Risha as well, a better character to accompany Lloyd 1,000%.
Dude, that was also the funniest thing is that like because I was trying to remember what happened in Crossbow section. I'm like, oh wait, he's not gonna have Ellie this time because he's gonna have Risha like around.
And I'm just like, ah, yes, it's perfect. It's made for me. It's not ruined.
And also voiced by Erica Mendes
Yeah, I'm
as well.
like, oh
and
my
also,
god, Erica Mendes and Robbie David. I'm like, this is fucking incredible.
right? Like, I am so glad like Robbie Damon is Lloyd because again, no offense like to original Japanese voice actor voices Lloyd. I mean, he does his job right, but just Robbie, he just has something to him that makes like Lloyd like very sound appealable to listen to though.
For me, he's got that texture where it's like I can believe this man's gone through fights and he's seen some shit when I hear that voice. But as opposed to like Japanese, which for me it's like sounds like like I don't know, I'm gonna sound really rude when I say this, but I mean it in terms of like sounds like a confident pretty boy, right? He just sounds like he knows how to smooth talk and that's about it. Right, but it's like I look at Robbie Damon and I'm like, that guy's a fighter, you know.
Yeah, like that dude's range, you can definitely bring it right there. Because I think the main issue like with like Lloyd's Japanese voice actor is that like he just sounds too shonen for me.
Yeah, I was like, it just seems a little generic for me. And Risha's is great because I still like the Japanese voice enough. You know, like the whole gimmick is that it's like soft spoken, but kind of has to get shit done. That's like her character. But Erica Mendez does. Some people might say that, man, I hate the dub, but for me, I think she still has the character intact. Still very soft spoken, but still, nevertheless, has to get things done. And she's always just so good with that because a lot of her characters are that archetype as well. Orie's is the same fucking way.
Yeah, I mean, hell, like, yeah, I mean, even same, you know, for like my other favorite works of her when she voiced for Retsuko and Agaretsuko, like the same tone as well.
It's definitely a typecast, but she's great at it. So really I'm just like, this is fucking perfect. Like this is set up to be like, okay, in the future, somebody called Marcos is going to be really into the series. How can we make him as happy as possible? And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Because everything about it's just fucking perfect, aside from the dungeon.
Yeah, I'm like, how are we gonna satisfy this man with this crossbow callback? I'm like, you know what? We need to hire Robbie Damon and Erica Mendes for both Lloyd and Risha for this.
God,
for this part.
It's so good. And then afterwards, you know, like the whole the boss fight with Reed and Altino, which is cool because like for me, I'm thinking that like, oh, that whole thing ended with the Infernal Castle. And like now we're just doing crossbow a little bit because like in my mind I was like, okay, this is gonna be like a sneak peek into like what's gonna be like set up for like Cold Steel 3. You know, I was like, cool, we're getting a little window into things, and then it's like, nope, then you gotta fucking fight Reed and Altina, and I'm like, oh my god, this is kind of fucking sick. Especially with like again the whole perspective of like Reed fucking deteriorating. He doesn't give a shit about what he's doing right now. He's fucking working with these guys now, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is not the turn I was expecting this character to take, but nevertheless, I'm interested.
And dude, and plus, and at the same time, is like just like while like Reen is like too busy like dealing with his shit, right? Fucking Lloyd is a criminal. like marked as a criminal from fucking from the Erebonian
this
government.
Shit's so
dude.
fucked for both sides, but it's like one is dealt like a shitty situation, but still nevertheless not like cracking under it. And Rain's just fucking lost it. He's kind of lost his will at the moment. At least that's how I see it, So I'm like, this is really cool to see these characters in this like perspective. I really like it. So it's all just a great moment.
Yeah, and plus again, like that right there is like a very MCU moment right there.
The first time. Well, not, obviously there's like Estelle and Joshua, but it's like, not to this scale, not to this perspective. And I'm like, this is really fucking cool. So I'm like, this is just great. I love it. And the game should have ended right there. It should have ended right there.
But nope, because you have one more surprise for him, my friend.
Christ, it was so good. It was so good. I was like, okay, It's doing it. It's gonna stick the landing. We're gonna be just fine. Nope. Because then the epilogue starts, and the game goes for another 10 fucking hours. And it's full of
Yep.
the most pointless shit. Like, side quests that, granted, I probably don't have to do all of them. I know that. But I was trying to go for them. If you wanted to do those side quests, put them in Act 2. Act 2 already sucks. But I would have rather had the ending stick the landing and not get bogged down by that shit. So, the epilogue is basically just going to Trista again on, like, your final 2 days or whatever the fuck. And, God, I'm so upset. It's just...
Now you know how I feel.
It's just, oh yeah, let's remember all the good times we've had. Let's go talk to everybody. Let's go talk to every student. Let's go have a day like nothing happened.
Let's go fight the principal and the nurse right there.
I'm like, granted that's cool for a side quest, but it's like even that one I'm still just like, I don't need this. Like, it's cool,
Yeah.
but it's like, fuck, man, every single one of these is not worth it. Especially here right near the end. It's so dumb. Even like Sky FC had or was it FC or SC? There was like a moment where it's like the festival's going on, so you could like choose to talk to all the NPCs you wanted. If
that was FC.
yeah, and like, if you didn't want to, you could just go right into the main story. That's how I thought it would have done the epilogue. You know, it's like you could talk to everybody if you want, but there's nothing really major here. But then it's like, nope, side quests. Are you kidding me? And then you have the fucking... Well, wait. Is there something else? Before I get into that, I'm trying to remember. No. I mean, there was like that moment with like, you know, Claire and Reen kind of making up, which was like, okay. You know.
Yeah.
But, gosh, it's just... Damn. Oh, I guess there was an additional scene with like Elisa, which kind of came out of nowhere. I forget what triggered that. Oh, I think it was after they had like that cutscene in the
Oh yeah, no. It was also for the like the bonding. It was also for bonding, by the way.
No. I know that, but it's like I was wondering like where it came, because I was like, it was weird how it's just like, oh, cutscene's over. It's like, no, it's not. So I guess yeah, whoever has like whoever you chose comes back into the classroom. Which I wasn't expecting, but it really didn't add much anyway. Also, shout outs to the Mishis ruining that cutscene.
I love the Mishis too, and then when we got to the actual like final part, where we got everyone running together.
Yeah, so the Reverie Corridor is... That's the thing too. I was like, okay, this is all very disappointing, but hopefully this part isn't that bad. And you know, Toa shows up, and Alphen, Elise,
and
like,
shows up as well,
like
with an actual weapon.
Every single playable character that could have been there. Toval's there too, which is cool. Every single one shows up, but God, it still didn't warrant its existence for me with the Reverie Corridor. It's a neat concept, but God, it's Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne. It's just randomly generated dungeon layout that's just the fucking squares at intersections. It's like, this is not great.
Yeah, it's also like here's the best way I can describe about the Reverie Corridor when I did it for the first time, is that I don't know why, man, but when I was going through this entire thing, it felt like I was doing the answer from Persona 3
that
Fest.
Too.
And along with the answer equivalent that was Tales of fucking Legendary for the PS2.
Oof. God, it's just... It's fine. It wasn't like a shit ton of floors that really made it old. Although I was kind of getting sick of it, like about 10 floors in.
The only fun part was like you were able to buy just certain mirrors to play as other characters, which I did love how like you were able to bring in like both Lloyd and Risha into the
pretty
mix.
much. Like, I know I could have done like Crow, but I was like, no, listen, canonically, he needs to carry that weight.
He's dead.
He's dead. Reen's got to accept that. He's not coming back. We're not doing fucking Crow. Would have been cool to check out the other ones too, but I was like, let's keep this simple. I'm not really here to like experiment. I already know what Risha and Lloyd's moveset is, so I'm like, let's just pack it in. This thing does not need to last longer than it should, right now, because it definitely doesn't
Yeah,
warrant it.
and just wreck the the cross steel team right
Yeah.
there.
So one lame boss fight later, it's just a reskin of Laura Erebonius.
Reese is just like an Okami color palette of the
It's
final
so
boss from the
fucking
first game.
lame. God.
Dude, and plus, here's one disappointing thing from you, my friend.
Yeah.
You didn't abuse enough Zaren capsules for Laura.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's funny. After finishing, when I had to get a screenshot of like the final thing again. I didn't want to just like crop it out from like the stream because it usually looks like lesser. I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna cheese the boss again, and that's exactly what I did. Off stream, I was just like, let me just use all these fucking Zero capsules and keep spamming them with Laura, and the thing went down in like 10 turns. Or like less than 10.
Yeah, literally 10 turns.
Like, what a fucking joke. So no, I know. People didn't say it on stream, but I know I could have cheesed that fight way harder. It's just that I wanted to confirm if it had the annoying gimmicks, or like if it was all there, or if it had new moves, because I wanted something that didn't make it feel as half-assed. And
yeah, you know what? I'll give you that though. At least you're trying to demonstrate it.
yeah,
like if there
I'm
was
like,
something
give
new.
me something. Like, fuck, I remember that. I'm trying to remember what that line is, but like, I'm thinking of that fucking joke of like Spider-Man Noir Into the Spider-Verse, where like it's something about him like lighting up God, what was it? Like, I think it was like him like lighting himself on fire just to feel something. Or something along those lines, and I'm like,
yeah.
Just give me a reason to get excited or feel like you actually tried here on this epilogue, please. I just want to feel something. Fuck's sake. And it just it just didn't do it. It sucks. Because it's like, wow, even the final boss is half-assed. Thanks, I hate it. So then they have their final farewell, which, by the way, this is the other thing that I was kind of hinting at. I like how I said I'm not gonna like give this thing the huge discussion that it needs, but honestly, we went ahead and did it anyway. Whatever. It's my disappointment. I deserve to rant about my disappointment. Fuck it.
I feel it too as well.
So like, oh my god, I need to talk about Millium. I'm very upset. I'm very, very upset. Because you know what I did before going to record this podcast?
What?
I looked up Millium's bonding events in CS2. Just out of curiosity. Because apparently, God, how to explain? So I ended up watching Kill Scott Kills video just for perspective. See if he had like any more insight into like things on the God, what was it? I forgot what the context was. I think it was the video that was talking about how like New Game Plus is like required. Obviously, I skipped through the parts that showed like CS3 at the beginning, or rather, no, I watched it in the background, so I don't worry about what was displayed on screen. But nevertheless, just to kind of get like a nice recap of like, okay, what's really been going on here. And he said one thing in particular that really pissed me off. Not him, but the bonding system pissed me off because when he pointed it out. So obviously, when the final boss is over, which it is interesting that even the final boss himself calls this shit like a fucking hollow trial. You're not gonna get anything from this, which makes me feel even more disappointed. I'm like, thanks.
Yep.
You really reminded me how pointless this all is. Thank you. But nevertheless, they find some reason to do it just as a way to cap off, their whole journey. And I'm like, okay, fine. But then the point where like, Millium's like the first one to cry. And I took that in a different way that still kind of made it somewhat like cool and impactful for me. Is just like a little, not really headcanon, but it's like when I look at the perspective of like her being the first to cry despite being like one of the last to join Class 7, and Crow also joining, but now he's fucking dead. And I look at that perspective and I'm like, the fact that she's like the first one to do it is kind of nice in a sentimental way, where I'm just like, man, she spent the least amount of time with all of them, and yet she's the one that's like crying first. But apparently, it gets fucking worse because one of her bonding events in Ruhr, which Scott mentioned, where it's like, oh, this is like, they have like their final like crying scene, which the context of why Milliam is crying is lost on everyone who didn't do her bonding event, and I'm like, what does he mean by this? So,
oh no, fuck.
I ended up looking up the bonding events just because I wanted to know what's up with Milliam, right? And apparently, the one in Ruhr actually talks about how they ended up chilling in the Eisengrad a little bit, talking about how like I guess like cozy like the seats are or whatever. But she brings up the point that she's never cried before. She doesn't even know what it feels like. She's gotten like attached to like books, and she's felt lonely when people aren't around, but she's never cried before. And that context was completely lost on me because I didn't do that bonding event.
God.
I am so upset.
Dude.
This is exactly what I was talking about. And I saw a thread, or I saw someone trying to defend bonding events and saying like, oh, what's the big deal? You don't miss out on any major context for these characters. And I'm like, bullshit. Before recording this, I was so fucking furious, and I was like, I gotta save this. I gotta save this for the fucking podcast because I am so upset. God, all the context of that scene is lost on the majority of players of her like crying first, and it's not just her crying first, it's literally her first cry ever. Fuck. Like, it's major character development for her, but nobody fucking knows because the context isn't there. It's not there. Fuck.
Dude, like, oh my fucking god, you know what? That's like 3 fucking times that the fucking buying system that has done that shit. Like,
yeah, Randy was just as bad too.
Randy wait, that's the first time. Second is Milliam's.
Yeah.
However, again, I'm not gonna spoil that much, but
yeah, no, I expect
there is a third one, but I'm not gonna list who though.
And I hate it because if someone's gonna try and defend and say like, oh well, it doesn't matter that much in the long run, it's like, it's literally an actual major moment for this character in particular. Like, what are you talking about? This absolutely fucking matters. Yes, it's a minor thing in the context of like the big ass like world building of the Trail series, but when it comes to like you getting attached to a character and seeing them have this character development and growth, it's kind of shitty not to see that.
Yeah, I don't care what you say. It fucking sucks balls, man. Like,
especially because for some people they find it annoying, but it's like I liked her, so I really hate that they had to do that.
Yeah, and here's the thing: is that like I didn't know about that. Hell, even like Vax, who has been playing these games, doesn't even know about it either. Holy fuck!
Yeah, Shreon or Vex, if you're listening to this in the future, God, please let me know how furious you are in the comments. Please type something, type anything, please.
Dude,
this is so dumb. I hate this.
Dude, that's the most like dumbest like shit ever. Fuck, man, like
it's really bad.
You know what? I think it's gonna be like 0 days since we rented about like the bonding system. Like,
yeah,
if you're that person that defends the bonding system, here's what you do: you carry like your closest fucking waifu Daikimura pill or whatever, right? You hold it tight, and then I'll just kick you in the fucking balls and just tell you to go fuck yourself.
Pretty much.
Because, dude, like, you know what? Here's what I realized, right? Because you know what's the saddest part? Is that, like, I just realized that there's actually the similar mentality when it comes to, like, social links in Persona. Is that there's 2 types of audience, right? Where, like, we're in the spectrum where, like, we play for the gameplay, story, right?
Yeah.
And then the second spectrum where people actually literally treat, like, Persona, like, 3, 4, and 5 as literal dating sims.
I'll never understand.
So I wouldn't be surprised that they did the same strategy for these bonding events in the Trail series, where there's us, we're in it for the story, the characters, etc., right?
Yeah.
Well, there's the other spectrum, like the fucking otaku fucking weebs over here. Treat that shit as a dating sim right there.
God.
And that's fucking sad. Yeah. Fuck.
I've said it before, and like, it's like validation that I don't want. It's like, I just want to bitch about the bonding system and it prove me wrong or be indifferent at the very least. But then when I see stuff like this, I'm just like, you're just giving me ammo that I don't want. I really don't want it. But
I'm like,
you
well, why you giving me
continue
like free bullets?
you continue to disappoint me. I'm just like, oh my goodness. Um and I hate
Fuck.
it because you can't tell me that shit's optional. That is a pivotal scene by the end of the fucking game. She is the first to cry. It is literally front and fucking center. Like, you can't even ignore that shit if you tried. Fuck, man.
Exactly the
Absolutely
fuck,
ridiculous.
man. Now, that's the third character that I know that's affected by that, and first being Randy.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Really disappointing. But yeah, going on from that to the other thing that I didn't touch up on, but again, Scott's recap video is actually very good because it kind of helped me put things together that I didn't think about. So, I kind of misunderstood what was going on with Reen by the end of the game. I was like, did this man get held back a year? But I was like, wait a minute, they haven't done 2 years. Um, what's going on here? And I didn't pick up on the fact that it's somewhat contrived and forced, and I don't like it. Um, apparently it's not that Reen's getting held back. He's actually staying there because it's easier to deploy Valimar from Trista if they need him to be used for anything else. So they just said, fuck it, we're gonna keep him here, to continue the operations and I guess continue his academic life if he wants to, you know, kind of like, alright, we'll meet you halfway, but you gotta deploy whenever we need you.
Oh my lord, this dude just ended up like fucking Peter Parker.
Kind of, yeah. So I was like, I guess that's why he's getting held back, but not really. He's still going through his stuff. I don't know if he has to do, like, redo the year again because he didn't do like a second year, but apparently it's because everyone else just decided to fucking dip. There's like subtle like moments where it's like you see Eustace with like the paperwork if you go and talk to him in the dorms, or it's just like he's mentioning that he got saddled with all the work that his father would do, or it would be passed on to Rufus, but since Rufus is now doing his own shit, he's like, nope, I'm not doing that. So Eustace gets saddled with all the paperwork and all the responsibilities that, you know, the house kind of has to do. So he has to quit, right? That's why he's leaving.
Yep.
Emma quits because she already did her job, to, you know, make Reen an awakener, right? So there's no point for her to be there, so she's gone. I guess Elisa has to help the family with the thing in Ruhr, so I guess that's why she's leaving. I don't know why Elliot's leaving. I don't know why Gaius is leaving either. Um, it just kind of falls apart after that. Some of them make sense and others just don't. I guess Fee has to leave too.
Yeah,
Like,
cause
okay, I can understand why some of them would have to leave. I kind of see where the responsibilities are for some of them. Even maybe Machias, you know, I could kind of see maybe he has to help the governor or something. I don't know, but it's just like, I just hope they explain in Cold Steel 3. They might, but it's just like that completely went over my head. I don't understand why they were all leaving and Reen was like left behind.
yeah.
I took it as like he got held back because of like the war stuff going on, but it's like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any fucking sense. That's what I thought during stream, but that doesn't make any fucking sense because they also had to deal with that the whole way through. So I'm like, what the fuck am I talking about after the fact? And then seeing Scott's video, I was like, oh, that makes sense. It's contrived as fuck because it makes sense for like half the cast, but wow, that's stupid. That's very messy. They didn't, like, in the
Yeah.
epilogue where all these fucking side quests are happening, you could have done a better job establishing that. Fuck.
Yeah. So we're pretty much like at the end of CS2, right?
Yeah, basically, it's just, it went
Yeah.
on for another 10 hours when I didn't want it to. Act 2 fucking sucked completely.
Yeah. Here's like what my thoughts is that like CS2 is pretty okay, right? But my main issue is that like it overstayed its welcome way too fucking long than it's supposed to be.
Absolutely. You could have cut like
Like,
20, 30 hours of that game, and I wouldn't have missed a single thing.
yeah, and here's the crazy part is that like when I came from coming from doing Cold Steel, doing the crossbow games before Cold Steel 3 was coming out,
Yeah.
I was amazed. You know what? I'll give Trails of Ashes something. When it meant the final chapter, it was the final chapter, despite how long it was.
Yeah, that's the other thing I hate too. I was like, this game ends like 3 times. What the fuck is Cold Steel 2's problem?
I'm like, how the fuck like they went from like this to that. Um, like even though like I had like my own like weird issues with Trails of Azure, but at least it managed to like at least it, it does at least a clear job of when it's supposed to end.
Yeah.
Because again like I don't want to put like the certain random person on Twitter like on blast being like, oh yeah, this so Trails of Azure is kind of like this iceberg, because this is like how long the game is. I'm like, oh honey, that's not Trails of Azure, that's fucking Cold Steel 2 you're talking about.
Yeah. And I've mentioned, I think on the last one where it's like, or no, I think it's like a few episodes ago. I wish I liked Azure as much as everyone else does, because Azure is apparently supposed to be considered one of the best ones.
Story-wise though, but...
Yeah. But now, I see it's a matter of perspective as well. Because I don't have the perspective of someone like you, or Vex, that played Cold Steel 1 and 2, and then went to Crossbow and saw, oh, this is so much better. I don't have that. For me, it's been like a ramp downwards ever since the Sky games, right?
Yep.
At least so far. Maybe 3 and 4 can pick up some of that slack, but that's how it's been so far. And I mean, Azure's not like a sharp dip or anything. It's still like relatively in line with 0, and it has like that really awesome twist by the end. But yeah, just
Yeah.
God, it is so weird from where I'm just like, I'm waiting for it to go back to where Sky was in terms of quality and writing, and it's just not happening, and I have to accept that, and it's never coming back. Man.
Yeah,
Man.
I mean, like, despite like having like the perspective coming from Coastal to Crossbow, but I will say from Azure is that it was a slight higher dip, but
oh yeah, but you know what I mean. Like, it would still be better than what 1 and 2 were.
Oh yeah, I mean, for you, you're just like going down the slope. For me, I just went up the slope.
Yeah, because like for me, I was like, I'm just not seeing like this is what everybody's like hyped up about. This isn't anywhere near Sky's levels for me in terms of like what I want.
Yeah, and
but,
pretty much like what we agree is that like it's just Cold Steel 2 is just way too long for its own good.
Yeah, it's the lowest point by far, and I wish, like, I don't know, I'm conflicted because it's like I could still say I enjoyed some of the game, but fuck.
I mean, I do like some of the the blatant Suikoden references during the recruitment though, but
God.
Which shouts to this man who keeps giving me shit of showing Suikoden references.
Because you're a billboard, you love to do it.
Of course I will, man. I will fucking die on my grave of fucking just representing like things I love.
Man's like watching a WWE show live, and he just has the poster up saying like play Suikoden. That's all I imagine. It's caught on camera for one screen.
Dude, I wish I can go to a Lucha Libre match and just bring that fucking sign. Just say, wait, juegue Suikoden, por favor.
Oh man. But yeah, it's just 2 still has great moments. Oh, I forgot to mention too, Duvalie and McBurn are fucking hysterical. They're idiots. Dude. I love them. Right? Like, Cold Steel 2 has these good things in it, but it doesn't make up for the rest of it.
Yes, it's just like...
It's like the good things I can talk about in like 10 minutes.
Yes, that's the thing, is that like, we have like 2 of like the best, like, newest characters that came into the... Well, one of them is like kind of old if you didn't play Great Crossbow, but...
Yeah.
But basically, like, they're still technically new if you only if you didn't play without like Crossbow. But holy shit, though, like, freaking like Duvalie, not to get confused with my favorite snack called Duvalin.
Yeah.
I recommend the chocolate and recommend the vanilla and hazelnut, but like that girl, like she's great. She does maracas. She's like very sundari as fuck.
She's got it all.
She's got everything, and plus, dude, she traveled between this and fucking Crossbow. Pretty
much, and yet in Crossbow it was like a footnote of a character. I was like, you could take her anywhere, and I wouldn't bat an eye. he barely had any screen time. But in Coastal 2, it
No,
was
I know,
like, oh, this is a character now.
dude, no, you know what doesn't help is that like, if you look at her spread, her face was covered too, bro.
Yeah. I was like, I don't even get to see her face. God.
And then McBurn, though, like one of the peakest like fucking baddies in the Trail series, like that dude, he looks like he just came out of like a Jam of the Holograms.
He really does. This man is so extra, but in like the right ways for me. I'm like, oh my god.
Freaking like Devil Trigger, and he has like a sword that's like bonded with like fucking Love's sword.
God. Like that's the thing too, like that lore of like Love's like sword and shit, they were supposed to be like a pair. I'm like, that's so fucking cool. God.
That dude, that's like the most peakest like backstory right there.
Yeah.
Like
It's
fucking like let's have like our cool new baddie just talk about his like of what he did with the other like coolest baddies that was in Sky.
pretty much.
Fuck, man. I just want to see this man as a playable character for like SDK versus Falcom. I just
God.
want to fucking rival fucking K-Dash. You know what? He is the fucking K-Dash of Falcom right there.
Pretty much, yeah, I can see it. Oh my god. But no, that's the thing. It's just Cold Steel 2 has its moments. I can't say it's an awful game, but I can certainly say it's the lowest by far. For the ones that I played. It's very conflicting for me, where I'm just like, I mentioned it on the stream as well. It's not a Devil May Cry 2, but it gets dangerously close.
Yeah, I think the best way I can describe for Cold Steel 2 to me is that it reminds me of Mega Man 5's quality. Like, it's literally like the Mega Man 5 of the series. Where
I haven't played 5, but...
Alright, well, here's the best thing I can tell you about 5 is that it's not the best game, not the worst game, it's just there.
Yeah. It's just, oh man. And that's the crazy part too, in the context of like people saying that, like, because I remember at one point in the streams, it goes like for 1, someone was saying like, man, I'd play the Sky games, but they're too dated. And I'm just like, man, I guess you're playing the modern stuff that isn't anywhere near as good.
Yeah, I was gonna say like
I hate to sound elitist, but it's like I kind of feel sorry for them.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was gonna harp on this dude too much, but I'm like, oh, you sweet summer child, though.
I'm like, you're not playing trash, but you're playing a lesser game in the series. Fuck.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah. I mean, I got like a little myth from Dad, but then again, I'm getting like pretty fucking old. So
yeah, I mean, I just tried to be rational, but yeah, we're not gonna get into that here. It's just
but basically the point is that like that dude is just missing on some good shit though.
Yeah, their loss.
Fuck, man.
But
yeah,
and that is like, you know, if you're just into the series in general, then it really is just your loss.
However, like, no offense to him, where like he just came into the stream and the fucking last part is he wood. He's like, oh yeah, wait, why are you just walking? I'm like, bruh, that's the last part.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no. I don't think that was the same guy. I think it was a different person.
No, I believe it was also like the same person you're talking about.
Huh. Okay. I mean, okay.
I mean, I'm not gonna like name him like for his privacy reasons, but you know.
But yeah, that was basically Cold Steel 2. God, I wish it stuck the landing. This is very unfortunate.
So, you ready to discuss some news? A little bit of a speed round, since we're past the 3-hour mark.
Yes, but really quick speed run. I was gonna say I also played Puyo Puyo Tetris 2. It's very fun.
Puyo Puyo Tetris. Tell me.
It's very fun, but it feels like a Puyo Puyo Tetris 1.5. I'll be real. There's not a ton of new modes. But you know, skill battles like kind of cool. I didn't get to mess around with it too much aside from the adventure mode where you had to do it. It's like Puyo Puyo or Tetris with like Marvel assists. It's kind of nuts. You just have like characters that have different skills that can get as they level up, and you can like do some really dumb shit. Like either like clean up garbage, or like S has one where it's like you can just set up for like an actual Tetris clear. Just bam, right there. Just a line of 4, just get a line piece and you're fucking set. It's crazy. But that's cool, but it's not the main reason I play the games. Obviously I'm here for Puyo. Tetris can also come too, I guess. But the adventure mode is pretty good. It's very dumb. But man, it's charming. The new characters that they added are kind of nuts. I'm not gonna spoil since the game just came out for people who might wanna, play them and know what the hell's going on. But rest assured, it's just as dumb and lighthearted as it ever was. The online seems to be about the same from what I played. I played a little bit against somebody beforehand, but it's good. A lot of the voice talent's back. It's so funny to see like the trails overlap in the series. Like literally
Right?
one of the characters is also voiced by I think her name was like Megan Taylor. I forget. But the one of the new characters is the same as like Toa, just like a slightly older like voice for Toa, and I'm like, oh my god,
Dude,
you are just relegated to baby now. I'm sorry. Protect you.
bruh. Dude, that's like a similar situation for me with like guys as voice actor where like I was amazed like that dude like voiced Akatsuki in Blaze Blue Cross Tag.
Yeah.
The only shitty part like about his performance is that they didn't tell him like to do Chesto. Because he would have nailed that shit.
Yeah. But Erica Mendes is there, like Ben Diskin, like all, a lot of the prominent ones are there, so it was really funny. But Pure Pay Tetris 2 is yeah. But it's fun. I'd love to mess more with it, but I just don't have the time. Also, oh shit. I spent so much time on Culta 2. I forgot to mention it. Just really, really quick. So I've been learning audio video editing like the last few days.
Yep.
Man, I hit some fucking snags. Well, I couldn't put up the acoustic foam that I ordered yet. I still need to set that up. I'll probably do it when I'm like rendering all this stuff because I had to get some fucking cardboard because it was not enough to use command strips on the foam. It just did not stick to the walls enough because it's foam on
GG's.
one side. So I was like, rip. Like the drywall part stuck fine to the command strip, but on the opposite side, yeah, the foam just didn't stick enough because it's foam. So I have to set that up. But man, I went through some annoyances the last few days because I had to. So for the video that I want to make happen, maybe by the end of January or something, I don't know. We'll see. I was trying to record footage off of the Wii for like a GameCube game, and it did not let me do 480p. Some games prompt you on that, but some don't. So I had to go through the rabbit hole of learning how the fuck to deinterlace this feed to not make it look like fucking garbage.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say like you're trying to record on 40p, right?
Well, it's 480i is the only choice I have for the signal because it doesn't let me pick progressive. Some games do, and some don't for GameCube games.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is that like that certain games don't come with the 480p mode.
Yeah, some games immediately prompt you, and I got that prompt for one of the games. Like Mario Golf was like install on the Wii, so I was like, okay, cool, I'll test that. Add progressive, and it worked fine, no hassle. But then when it came to actually like recording the other game that I want to use for the video, it was only interlaced. So I was like, how the fuck do I fix this? So I thought it was maybe tied to like the frame rate or something. And it wasn't just interlacing, it was also ghosting as well, or like frame blending, as people call it.
Yeah.
It did not look great. It looked awful. So I had to go down the rabbit hole. I was about to, I literally, last night I dug out my old capture card to see if like S-Video would make a difference. It did not. So apparently Streamlabs, in all its competence, has all these features, and yet it doesn't have the deinterlacing feature that OBS Studio has. So that's how I fixed it. Apparently I had to open up actual old-ass OBS Studio and right-click the source, and it had deinterlacing options. I'm like, why the fuck isn't this in Streamlabs OBS?
Oh, wow. That's really weird, man.
I spent days trying to figure this shit out. I was like, how are people doing this? Like, I'm seeing footage, and I'm like, how is this not looking like garbage on YouTube, but it looks awful on my end? And that's what I had to do. There were like 3 modes I could pick for deinterlacing, and I got it to work. But my god, it sure took me a long time to get there. So, yeah, I'm learning stuff. I'm also trying to learn DaVinci Resolve, which is a pretty good free program. I liked Kden Live well enough, but I kind of wanted to start learning DaVinci because apparently it's something that you can like learn in the long run that still gets like frequently updated and has a lot of effects and stuff, and apparently a lot of people use it. So I might as well learn something that's slightly more complicated, but in the long run, as I keep learning it, it'll feel more comfortable. And I've already noticed one of the big things about DaVinci is that you can do everything on that timeline, and you don't have to worry about exporting the effects or other things to like another editing program. It's all there in that program. Like there's like a cut mode that's like meant for speed to like really split clips and stuff like quickly. There's even like a small like zoomed in like timeline at the top, which makes it really handy to just move around. Um, then there's an actual edit section, then like Fusion for like effects, what they call it. It's very intuitive. So it takes me a while to learn, but the workflow is actually much more convenient. I could like add an effect in like the Fusion tab or whatever they call it, and then I could go back to the cut tab if I want to, and the effect will still be there, all the way through the timeline. Like it's like a shared timeline among different modes to edit. It's really, really cool. But it takes a while to learn, so I'm still learning as I go. But I do like
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I was gonna say like that actually sounds really interesting because yeah, I did heard about like a DaVinci Resolve,
Yeah,
but I was very curious to see how it was compared to the other like video editing software.
yeah. It's not bad. It's definitely different from the other ones in some respects, but I'm not gonna get into it here. But yeah, that's the other thing I was gonna mention. Was just that I'm learning that stuff, so hopefully in the future I can actually give you guys an actual legit edited YouTube video at some point. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but taking it as I go. I've been trying to like devote like evening time to learning that stuff, looking up video tutorials or at least one thing a day, even if it's just watching a 20-minute video on like learning one step of that program. That's at least the one thing I did for the day. Learning that stuff. So yeah, it'll happen when it happens, I guess. But man, that shit ain't easy. But
Yeah, well, let me know how it goes because yeah, I'm very curious about DaVinci Resolve. About
yeah,
yeah, because I'm thinking about like learning it in the future as well.
yeah, it's convenient. It's just that like any program, it's gonna take a while to learn. But it
Oh
has
yeah.
its features that really make it kind of cool. Um, but yeah, so really quick, yeah, because I know we're getting dangerously close to 4 hours. It might still be 4 hours, but just a little bit. Apologies about that, guys. We just really had to get into it. But we only have a little bit of news. There's only one that's really going to be a point of topic for a little bit, but not a lot. So, we'll just get it set up here. So, the first one on news, uh, God.
So let me put a little bit of a perspective. Is that so? Apparently, there was like a Falcom stockholders meeting that was happening like during the evening,
Yeah.
and I remember like Crux was like mentioning that because apparently there was like the 40th anniversary of Falcom coming up, aka Falcom Day,
Mm-hmm.
and we had like two announcements, which one of them was where was basically a remastered port of
Was it called Naita?
Naita no Kaseki,
Yeah.
which is like the spin-off game in the Trail series, which people are still debating if it's canon or not.
I'm like, man, bold for them to put out a spin-off Trails game with a series with that much world building.
Right? And it was also like one of those games where like it was also like a forever trap in the PSP.
Yeah.
And of course like which I'm very excited to check it out. Hopefully it's a decent port with 60 FPS and everything. And then the second thing is we had the huge bombshell of the next Trails game.
Yep, which, by the way, I told the Cruxer, I was like, if it's not coming out to the West, it doesn't exist for me, so Naito will not exist until it's in the West. That's all I got, but yeah.
Yeah, when I saw that, like, I just felt like Vex in the, I just felt Vex just, like, sweating, like during that moment.
He's like, I have to acknowledge this?
Being like, oh no, I have to like, it's like, oh no, we're not gonna catch him anytime soon.
Oh man. So yeah, the new one got announced. The Japanese name, there's not really an official English name, technically.
Yes. So Japanese name is Kuro no Koseki, which most of them are dubbing it as Trails of Black or Trails of Darkness.
Yeah. I guess it could also mean Daybreak as well. So
yeah, Trails of Daybreak, like Basically, this is like a long-awaited game that we've been teased about, like of the game that's taking place in the Elder Nation that is covered in the Zamuria universe.
Yep. And they mentioned a few things. I'm not going to go over every single point. I'll link it in the description if anybody wants to read the article. But they kind of give a ratio of like how many new characters are going to be in there. Like it was like 90% are going to be all new, and I guess 10%
And then
might be
10%,
cameos.
yeah. I mean, 10% is going to be like something for us old fans though, which not going to be surprised if it happens to be like Zin
Yeah,
and hopefully Kevin, because I know people are just I love Kevin as well.
pretty
But
much.
and we'll see who else that comes back in that 10%. Because
Yeah,
obviously, this game takes place obviously in the Republic of Calvert on the east side of the continent, and then they mention of how the world is influx of it's kind of like a Eurasia, like European Asia,
yeah.
and of course the game is running on the brand new engine that they've been teasing.
Which is not Unreal Engine 4. Damn it.
Nope,
But it still looks
because I
really
know.
good.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It looks presentable. Well,
Yes.
technically, I was gonna say, well, congrats on beating Cold Steel 1 and 2, where you get to see presentable graphics that is for Cold Steel 3 and 4 without the beta limitations. But
I will add in from Cold Steel 2 Rain's very on point line when he actually makes a great dish, or I forget what it's called, where he's like, wow, people can eat this. I'm like, yeah. Pretty much. Oh,
yeah.
God.
So obviously, we actually saw a few screenshots, which it looks again pretty good. It kind of looks like a what is it? A similar style of of what the Tales of games look like before they moved to Unreal Engine.
Yeah, I can see that actually.
Yeah, it's definitely in that similar Tales of style right there. And plus they were showing some few of the characters, including a teasing about our main character, who so obviously in Sky we had bracers. Crossbow we had the special support section, the SSS. Cold Steel were just fucking students.
Lame.
And then we're coming back to the cool shit again. We are now friggin' Spriggans.
Thank fuck.
Holy shit! I'm so glad I'm not in fucking high school over again. Fuck.
That's one of the things that makes Cold Steel sharp decline for me is just the school setting. Fuck, it's so boring. I already see that shit enough in anime. I'm like, get this shit out of here, please. I'm begging you.
Dude, literally, man. That's the problem. Is that this coming from a guy where I'm I used to enjoy the school setting, but not anymore these days. Especially for new stuff. I'm like, bro.
Yeah, for me, I will tolerate a school setting, not the other way around. If it's the premise or characters are good, and you get the fuck away from that school when you can, right?
Exactly.
That's the thing. Kotsutsu tries to get him away from that shit. I'm like, now you're going to try to fight for this again, and I'm like, I didn't miss it. I didn't miss Trista like that, guys. Come on, it's not a big deal.
Yeah. So
yeah,
we're now Spriggans, underground fixers, so basically do a variety of jobs. So they can either be negotiators, bodyguards, pretty much a variety of stuff. Which, thank God, we're not stuck in school again.
Yeah, I almost attribute it to kind of I'd imagine they might be brought up where it's kind of in universe like the Jaegers or the mercenaries, where it's they kind of just get paid and get shit done, right? Or it's I imagine that's gonna be a point of contention for them too, where it's just I kind of like that, where it's just not really morally squeaky clean fucking Rin and all these other characters, right? Get your fucking shit dirty. Just get in there, get what you gotta do done. I really like that, because we've had 2 goody goodies in a row. I'm like, no man, I can't deal with this a third time. It get very stale.
Yeah, and plus we had someone mentioned translate the prologue, the teaser for the main character, right? And thank God he's a fucking slacker like Randy.
Yep, thank God.
I hope to keep it that way, cause holy shit.
I hope. I I can't see the Calvard cast not being a slam fucking dunk in comparison to Cold Steel, if I'm being honest.
Yes, and here's one thing I will get to that since you brought that up, right? Is that so one thing I'm very glad with this like potential like cast for Calvert is you know how like in Cold Steel and Crossbow where they have to like depend each other along with Sky for their cast in order to like make it enjoyable.
Yeah.
Especially like and plus you know how like one of the main issues is where it's very hard to get into the series because it's hard to get into like one game just because like all games are very connected to it together like it's a continuous narrative.
Yeah.
I'm glad like the dimension here is that like Calvert like it's meant to be like like its own thing like
yeah, which I'm like thank God because it's like I'm all for cameos and stuff, but it's just like at some point I feel like I'm just my brain can't keep up sometimes. Sometimes I will forget these plot points already. It's kind of nuts.
yeah, again, it's like the weird like Marvel like a cinematic universe problem right there.
Yeah, like you gotta look up recaps or like dive into the wiki just to remember like, oh right, this happened.
And I'm just like ready to say being like, hey, which game should I play in the Trail series? Just go to Calvert.
Yeah.
You can start with Calvert.
Just go to Yakuza 0. Same fucking energy.
Same energy right there. So, and the other interesting thing that they mentioned is that like they're actually using a different battle system. So before, like in the series from Sky all the way to Cool Steel 4, it always has been a turn-based combat system.
Yeah.
However, they're using a new system as described as the action time battle system, where it's definitely like very action RPG-ish, but
well, this is the wording that trips me up in this translation, by the way, where it says like it goes from seamlessly go to like action fields battles to turn-based battle commands menus, and I'm like, does that mean that it's still turn-based?
And then saying it's like Final Fantasy VII Remake, and some say it's not.
It's very confusing at this point. I'm just gonna wait to see like footage or something.
Yeah,
I can't make heads or tails of this right now.
Yeah, so all we gotta say about this, guys, is that we gotta wait till we get like footage of what the combat is actually like.
Yeah.
Because all we know is that described is that it's definitely gonna be very different compared to all the entries in the series previously.
Yeah, at the very least, the part that excites me is that it is like seamless battles. Because man, I really hate. I don't mind playing older JRPGs, but like the hard wipe from like battle going back to dungeons and then the camera resets to a position that it wasn't. So I get tripped up in these hallways that should be straightforward, but I always get turned around after fights and I'm like, oh my god, please. I can't wait for it to be seamless so I can just not lose my sense of direction, because I hate how the camera just keeps resetting every time you finish a fight in some of the other JRPGs.
Yep. And then the other, speaking of excitement, is we have, an alignment system for this game.
Yep, which apparently it's not going to affect what you see in the game too much, but as long as it's not as bad as a bonding system, I'm okay with anything that they do.
Yeah, like, the definitely positive part, like we did here, is that there isn't going to be, like, not too many missables.
Yeah.
Which is a good sign right there.
I'm like, I really hope they learned their lesson. Oh my god, I hope.
I really hope, though, because I'm very, like, curious to see, like, because I really want to try out, like, because, they describe like there's gonna be 3 alignment systems, which is very SMT, by the way.
Yeah.
Where we have lawful, gray, and chaotic, and I really want to know what the hell goes on in those three paths right there.
Yeah.
And plus, this it influences various like statuses, allies, and adversaries, and even the scenario developments as well. So which means and plus, like, they're also including a thing called, like, a topic system, which should make talking with the NPCs a lot more fresher.
As long as it doesn't go the route of, like, SC's really cursed side quests that I can't stand.
Oh, yeah, no.
That's the part where I'm like, I hope I don't have to get contextual clues all the damn time just to progress in a certain NPC quest line, and I'm like, kill me, please.
Yeah, no, I just only need it for just extra flavor text, and that's about it. If it's like for like a side quest that's like not really interesting, then I will bury my head.
Yeah, and it's just God. I I think if they do this well, this would be a good new game plus incentive. Because like for me, I don't know which route I'm gonna take my first time playthrough. Maybe not completely chaotic because I don't want to see it all get like super fucked um for the first time. Probably somewhere around like neutral or
Yeah,
whatever would be somewhat goody goody, but maybe neutral I might go
yeah,
down.
yeah. I was gonna say like for you, it's probably either lawful or the gray
Yeah.
route.
But for New Game Plus, I would love to fucking go full on chaotic or something if I ever like revisit the game, right? Like that's cool.
Oh yeah,
That's a cool way to like
yeah,
not make you miss the major stuff, but you get to see a little different perspective. Now, my concern though is what's gonna be canon?
yep.
That's the problem
Which
with stuff like this when like you have like branching paths or like characters react a certain way. I'm like, maybe they're gonna find a way to like make it not be as consequential, but yeah, that is the one. It's tough. I don't envy them. When it's like, okay, you got to make this matter, but not matter too much. If they're gonna do it a certain way, I don't know. I'll have to see it when it happens.
yeah,
But that is,
yeah,
one concern.
yeah. However, it'd be pretty ballsy of them if they chose chaos as the true route.
That'd be fucking sick.
Because like, let me tell you this: I know 2 games that had the balls that fucking did that, and that was
God,
fucking like Shadow Hearts. Because
nice.
Shadow Hearts, like its canoning was the chaos, was like the bad ending.
God. But yeah, I
Yeah, that
mean,
was like.
oh, sorry. I was
Well,
gonna
yeah,
say if you were gonna
actually,
say anything else about it.
I would say like speaking of like older games, right? Where they also mentioned that like they got everything written for this game, like everything is gonna be like wrapped up. However, they're not sure if there's gonna be another game depending on sales.
God, yeah.
That's like the first time I ever like heard them like mention that.
Oh, it's so funny. I'm like, yeah, no shit. If it sells bad, you're not making it anymore. I love you, Falcom, but no. You're
I'm like,
really trying to
Condu,
bait people to
please.
buy it.
I'm like, Condu, please. Like, you're acting like you're on a lifeline system or something like that.
I'm like, Jesus, did you not set up accordingly?
Did you not like release like a Trails game along with a East game as well?
God. But yeah, man. It looks cool though, so I'm down for it. But hey, speaking of East,
Oh
so what plans
no.
do you have for 2021, man?
You know, bunch of games, like NieR, probably KO 15 if it ever releases this year.
Yeah,
Um,
hopefully that happens.
yeah.
Uh, I already mentioned I'm looking into, the video editing stuff and maybe trying to improve on voice acting and maybe finishing up the Trails series and maybe going on to the E7 4 and 8, which by the way I guess tomorrow I'm starting E7, but that's not really here nor there because you know what comes before E7, right?
Oh no.
It's
Is the
6.
let me A6.
But I mean not even like chronologically, I just a number joke. Fellas, I can't think of a better way to start 2021 than doing dash jumps with fucking touch controls. Let's get into it. Fucking E6 is coming on fucking mobile.
iOS and Android.
I'm ready to die.
Holy fuck. So so keep in mind is that E6 actually had some enjoyance in that game, like when I played on the PS2 and PC versions.
Yeah.
But playing this on mobile with dash jumps mixed into it,
And those really annoying status
misery.
ailments towards the end of the game. I'm like, yep.
That's just misery.
I can't think of anything worse. Oh god. Yeah.
Dude, they better make that. You know what? I would be amazed if they like program like a fucking like macro button for that dash jump.
God, even East Origin would be awful on mobile. Because I'm thinking of like the bosses where you have to like scale up them and like get like the weak point on like one of the first bosses there, and I'm like, that sounds like ass on
Like,
touchscreen.
dude, I've seen like East 1 and 2 like got ported to Android.
1 and 2 with the bump system makes way more sense at the very least. But fuck.
Yeah, at least that's sort of playable, right? But East 6, on the other hand, with dash jump mixed in though, it's just
God no.
oh my god.
And for those who don't know, dash jump is very awkward. It's like imagine flicking the stick, pausing, and then pressing forward and jumping afterwards. It is as awkward as it sounds. It is horrendous timing. It is the worst jump mechanic I've ever seen in a video game, at least to me. Nothing about it feels natural. Nothing.
Dude, like, this is like the only time they ever did like that mechanic ever.
Yeah.
I'm not glad they abolished it like when they were doing like East, Oath, and Origins.
I'm glad nobody defends it. I'm so glad there's not an idiot online, as far as I know, that defends this shit. There might be one just trying to be a contrarian and an asshole, but no, nobody defends that. Nobody defends that mechanic.
You know what? Here's a really good question, though. If we had... I wonder if that dude that's defending the bombing system happens to be a defender of the dash jump system.
God, they just love living in the filth. They just love it.
Shit.
But yeah, I just had to include this one because it's so dumb that I'm just like, God help whoever buys this thing. I'm assuming, like, if you pair it with, like, a Bluetooth controller, you'll probably be okay. But, man, touchscreen has to be available by default, so that shit's fucked.
Yep, so if you're in Japan and plan to get this, just make sure you have a Bluetooth-compatible controller. And then, last piece of news that came out of nowhere.
I don't know if you wanted to read it or if I should take it.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay, so long story short, ArcSys is back at it again. They just keep cranking these games out. But apparently, there is a... I guess it is a Dungeon Fighter. I thought it had a more elaborate name to it.
No, it's just Dungeon... actually...
Well, okay, I guess it's DNF Duel. But it's basically the Dungeon Fighter series, which I know nothing about. If you know, so please take it afterwards. But yeah, I guess it's a new one that they announced called DNF Duel. It's, I guess, a collaboration between Aiding and ArcSys?
And ArcSys. Yeah.
I don't know a thing about the series. Apparently it's popular in, Asia somewhere. It's like a popular mobile game.
Yeah, literally in Korea. Like, this shit makes, like, fucking billions of fucking dollars over there. But... So here's what happened is that, like, I just opened up this fucking tweet, and, like, I was checking on our group DMs. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? I had to, like, check that name twice, right?
Yeah.
So, this is based off of a very popular MMO called Dungeon Fighter Online. In Korea, specifically. But I remember, like, seeing that game, like, back in the day. And it looked, like, so weird.
I've never even seen it, yeah.
The reason, like, I even saw the game in the first place is because, coincidentally, they actually had a solo bad guy collab costume that came out during that time when I saw it.
Ah, okay.
So I'm like, you know what? I'm like, you know, that's, like, pretty cool they did a collab, right? I'm not like, expecting to go this far, though.
Yeah.
I like how, like, people were, like, complaining, being like, man, where's my Shonen Jump fighter? Where is my Persona 5 Arena?
I mean, I would like to see Persona 5 Arena, just don't put in the Persona 5. Just give me Labris and that's it.
So you want Labris Arena then?
Yes, that's all I want.
And so... And then ArcSys even just pulls like a ballsy move, being like, you know what? We're gonna make a game based off of Dungeon Fighter Online, and then hire 18, which is a name I haven't heard for a fucking long time either.
Me neither. Like, apparently they do fighting games. Please enlighten me, because people are freaking out.
Let me give you the resume.
I've seen the logo when I start up games, and I don't remember what they've done.
Okay, so besides like me saying like I hope this gets rolled back because I don't want to end up like fucking Grand Blue Versus.
Yeah.
Because it needs fucking rollback netcode. But let me give you the resume of 18. Let me grab my fucking tablet right now.
Yeah, because I'm like, I know we're going past the 4 hour mark, guys, but I was like, I'm genuinely curious because I've seen their logo in places, but I'm like, were they? I don't know, and
Okay,
I feel like I should because I saw people in the comments on Gamatsu's article also saying like, oh fuck, this is what they're doing.
dude, like, alright, so check this out. So, I don't give a shit to go past the fire mark because it's fucking 18, damn it. 18 are the fucking goats, so.
Bruh.
So, 18, like, so, they were a company that's, formerly formed from, former, Compound employees. They used to work on a niche game called, Puyo.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And they
Oh
also worked with
man.
like one of my favorite shoot 'em ups called Musha Lister, along
Hmm.
with Armed Police Bad Raider. Well, that's back then when they used to be called Raise. They actually they used to be called Raising before they were called 18. Well, it's
Yeah.
basically the same company, right? So during the 18, so here's what they worked on, right? So these guys they worked on fucking the Bloody Roar series, all 4 Bloody Roar games.
Oh shit.
And you
Okay.
know what else? They also worked on fucking Naruto Class and Ninja because I know people have a fucking nostalgic boner for those games.
Fuck, that might have been where I saw them the first time then. Yeah.
And then they also worked on like
Remember I rented the second one.
yeah. Oh, I also even played the other game which happens to be like based on Satch Bell. Fuck,
Man.
dude, I feel slow when I mention Satch Bell because dude, I haven't seen Satch Bell in a hot minute.
God.
And then the next thing is I do know like they developed what is it Fate Unlimited Codes, which is a pretty broken but kick-ass like fighter based on the Fate Stay Night series.
Huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
which shouts to Lancelot. I know not Lancelot. Freaking Lancer.
Yeah.
Freaking spinning for days though. And then somehow they also were part of Castlevania Judgment for some reason.
Oh no.
And then they also made like a bunch of cool Kamen Rider games. But no, here's like where they peaked, right? Like besides they already peaked at Bloody Roar.
Yeah.
Is so they developed Tatsunoko versus Capcom.
What the fuck? How did I forget that?
And you know what else, my friend?
I love that game.
Marvel
Yeah.
vs. Capcom 3, baby.
What the fuck? Wow.
This is one hell of a fucking resume that these guys are working on.
Damn. I mean, the MVC3 part doesn't surprise me because I know early on, remember when like early footage of that game, it looked like TVC2.
Right?
At a time. But wow, that's fucking
And
nuts.
also, if we were to go a lot more further, so apparently they also helped out develop Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate along with Generations as well. And then recently they worked on Pikmin 3 Deluxe when on the Switch.
Wow. It's a weird one,
Yeah,
but
but,
okay.
but for fighting game categories, I definitely know them for Bloody Roar, Fate Unlimited Codes, friggin' Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, and Marvel 3.
Man. Okay, I was wondering because I was like, they must have done a good amount of fighting games. And I was like, yep, sure enough. That checks out. Damn. I mean, it looks cool from the trailer. It was like very short, so I don't have much to say on it, but you know, just the usual response for any new fighting games is like, looks cool. Please have rollback. I'll consider.
I'm like, bro, like, is like, here's the thing inside, like, I'm like, Dungeon Fighter Online by Arc System. I'm like, you know, cool, whatever, right? But when I heard 18, though, I'm like, please have rollback, damn it. Because I
Yeah.
want to play another game by 18 again. Because goddamn, like those guys, they made like one of the best, like one of the most kick-ass fighters, like previously in the resume. Like they're responsible for like Bloody Roar,
only.
Tatsunoko, even your guys like Marvel 3s.
Pretty much. So I'm like, yeah, I hope it turns out good.
Yeah,
We'll have to see. Although at this point, I love how everybody's memeing on Arc Sys, where it's like, oh, they're just a factory now.
yeah,
I'm like, yes.
yeah, pretty much. And I also do like how like again the classic between us fans of 18 is that when we're looking at the trailer, I can tell there. Here's one thing I'm glad to see. By the way, there is
Yeah.
fucked up hitboxes. Like which is the 18 specialty right there.
Oof, I'll have to look back then.
Yeah, because like there was like a certain part like where you saw the dude doing like an uppercut with his weapon. That
Yeah.
hitbox looks funky as hell, dude. I'm like, that's definitely an 18 game right there.
God.
Which, man, I'm like, I just hope it doesn't end up in the same as Grand Blue Versus, though. Like, let it have rollback netcode, and I'll be a very happy man.
Yeah, I hope. Because, like, Uniclear and Granblue is what made me just give up on delay-based releases forever.
Yeah, and plus, like, it doesn't help that, like, the only delay-based game we were able to fucking play sort of was Sep Show, but that was, like, the weirdest delay-based deck we have ever fucking played.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird how, like, that game, like, if I were to play someone in the same area, it runs like shit. But if I were to play with Vax, though, it runs it's playable, though.
Yeah, I really, really don't understand. We go to Uniclear and try it, and then we suffered. When
It was like
with
the
Vex
opposite
in
right
the
there.
UK.
Like with Vax, it was unplayable for her, while between you and me, it was playable.
Yeah. God. Yeah, but hopefully.
But I would say sort of playable. Whenever it didn't like
Yeah.
Spike lag, but you know. But
Yeah.
hopefully,
I
like
mean, people would say like 5 frames gross.
yeah, I need to. I'm like those frames need to get lower though. But basically, like again, it looks potentially it looks pretty exciting. I just need to know if it has rollback. I need to know like what else this game has.
Yeah, and it really needs them because I'm like, I don't know about this franchise. This is the only saving grace it has.
Yeah, especially like this game now has struck me more than it's supposed to because it's fucking 18, and 18 has like makes so many good games.
I'm like, where the hell has it been all this time?
I'm like, where the fuck were you guys? I'm like, man. Yeah, because literally like last time like well like I seen me working the fighting game was literally like Marvel 3.
Yeah, and I know Max pointed out because I saw his reaction too before we started recording. You pointed out how like it's cool how this game has like super canceling or like super into a super, which TVC and MVC3 love to fucking do, which made them really fun. So I'm like, cool. Seems like gameplay mechanics wise, it's gonna feel different from the usual Arc Sys stuff.
Yeah, and plus,
so I'm looking forward to it.
along that I mentioned earlier is that I can tell like they put in their signature fucked up hitboxes too.
Yeah. Oh boy, I'm gonna find out. But I'll find out if it has rollback. I should say.
When it has rollback, then yeah, you'll bet your ass you're gonna see us get fucking salty with those hitboxes.
Yep. But that's pretty much it for news. Like I said, it was pretty brief. It's just that, man, Cold Steel 2 said, no, listen, you're going to rant. You're not going to leave this for half an hour. You're going to rant.
You know, when you think about it, is that, like, the way, like Coastal, the way, like, Coastal 2 is paced, it was done on purpose just so we could rant about it as long as we can as well.
God, I'd believe it. I really thought I could like sum it up briefly, and I was like, "There's too much.
No,
there's too much to complain about."
Fucking Cold Steel 2, it has like way too many things to complain about.
Yeah.
Fuck. Again, with Azure though, like Azure, that was actually a lot more brief than the Cold Steel 2.
Yep. Oh, also, Sharon's pretty busted. She's very good.
Yeah, best super mate right there.
Pretty much.
Fuck, and I'm so disappointed that like I got fucking fooled when I thought I can like bond her all the way.
Yeah, that's the other disappointing part. Is like, man, you can't really. It's so brief with those 3 guest characters.
Yeah, like.
Also, I love how I don't know a single thing more about Claire because of how I play the game. Isn't that great?
Yep.
Just the character that's just probably has development, and I'm never gonna see it. But yeah, I've already dwelled on that long enough. It's just fuck. I at least know about Toval and Sharon. I don't know a damn thing about Claire still.
Yep. But congrats, like also yeah, like congrats on beating Cold Steel 2. Hopefully you'll get to see some actual graphics. No more of the video limitations with the and you'll see you have like no more cage figures.
Yes. God. I'll be like, ah, yes, I can see clearly. I'm going from 360 to 720p. We're not even at 1080p yet, but we're getting
Yeah,
there.
we're going from like from a Vita game to a very late 360 game.
Yes. I was about to say 1080p. I was like, no, no, we're not there yet, but soon. Um, but yeah, just that's pretty much it from me. Can't think of anything else. Oh, I guess one quick thing too was that like I'm assuming the mic recording still probably sounds better than usual compared to like stream, because I did get something as well that's kind of acoustic foam, but technically not. I guess it's called like an isolation
Yep.
shield. Imagine like a dome like behind the microphone, um, or like a crescent shape behind it, where it's like a wall of like acoustic foam to kind of get like all the sound around it, because there's like soundproofing and there's sound absorption. Foam is mainly for absorption. It's just meant to make sure that sound doesn't get reflected and going back into the mic, which makes it sound really bad. Or it's what gives it the acoustic like room sound that some people might hear, especially if you go to a bathroom. That's why you hear that weird ass noise like that. um,
Yep, shouts to like to any like Skype, Discord, or Zoom calls in the bathroom.
yeah. I'm like, ah, yes, hello, you're coming in from the void. Are you in spirit form right now? um, but no, yeah. Can't think of anything else. So that'll do it. It's not getting super late, but we got shit to do.
Yep.
I'm gonna try to edit this later in the evening. Um, oh, also, fam, when you can send me that a link to like where to download that mod, because like I said, I do plan on starting E7
Oh yeah,
tomorrow
yeah.
if I can.
I'll give you like that after we're done recording.
Yeah, because I already have the game installed. It's just I need to install that mod. Oh, and I guess if there's any recommended controls, because apparently East games are weird like that. So
I think like by default it's should be okay.
okay, for once.
Yeah. Then again, it's
But
been a
okay,
while since I like messed with the controls of this E7.
yeah, because I forgot we probably could have done Metal Slug, but I'll save it for after E7. Then we can do like Metal Slug and fighting games, maybe some Bomberman. I don't know.
Yeah, that's to
Um,
say like just let me know and I'll be there.
yep. Um, oh, and I guess for anybody curious, we're probably still gonna record one more episode before I even start Cold Steel 3, because Cold Steel 3 is happening like I've said late January or early February. Um, just because I'm still in Cold Steel 4 PC jail. I don't want to start Cold Steel 3 and be like, when's it coming out? When's it coming out? Right? Just like impatient. I'd rather have like, okay, they announced it. Time to get into Cold Steel 3. Or at least, have a somewhat buffer of like starting in late January would at least be decent wiggle room
Yep.
to not make the wait feel like torture is my plan.
Yep. It's
So
also like a good excuse to have like a little bit of a break as well. Just not to get like
that too.
too burned out.
Yeah. Because man, Cold Steel 2 was the first one to make. It really tried to make you feel like you're getting burned out, but really it's just the game being bad.
Yep.
um, but yeah, so that'll do it for me. I guess as usual, you guys know where to find me. VFX Mario on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Which the YouTube, by the way, has all the archives of the previous sessions. So, like we mentioned, if you want to at least watch one session of Cold Steel 2, you're going to want to watch part 28, I believe. I might be mistaken, but that's the one where the crossbow freakout happens, and you really, if you want to see if I give a shit about the series or not, that's the moment to be like, oh, he's super in. you know? Um, God, I love it. It's like one of my favorite sessions all year was that session, honestly. Um, but yeah, like I said, gonna be starting E7. Probably gonna be checking out a few smaller games in between. So, if anybody wants to stop by the stream, should be a pretty good
Yeah,
time.
and I believe a couple of them happens to be like a Metal Slug 5 and 6, which should be a pretty exciting time.
Yeah, I have like no expectations going into these, so hopefully it's on a Metal Slug 4.
But, yeah,
But
definitely get hyped for Way for Metal Solid 6 though. Should be pretty cool.
okay, good to know. And where can they find you at, man?
Well, if you can, like, I'm at Fatal Bracer Soul on Twitter. Well, technically my account is still locked, so might be able to find me once my account is like unlocked after I beat Cold Steel 4.
Yeah, it's fine. You never know who's gonna watch this, like, I don't know, 5 months from now.
I know, but there might be one person being like, "Man, I want to know about like this person's opinion,"
Yeah.
or what the hell they retweet. I'm like, here's my ads, I guess.
Man.
Yep. So that's where you can find us, and I'd like to tell every one of you, everyone in the world, is happy holidays and a happy new year, and hopefully 2021 can be somewhat of a better year.
Damn it, he stole what I was gonna say. Can't believe this. No, I was gonna say the New Year's stuff, but it's like, whatever. Yeah, hopefully 2021 doesn't suck. Please don't expect it to get better immediately. There are some fools out there. But, you know, deal with it how you can. Because, man, at least 2020 is pretty much over. When this comes out, it'll probably be, like, out on, like, today is, what, the 28th?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll probably be out maybe tomorrow or on the 30th. So we'll pretty much be done with 2020. This will be out before 2021 for sure.
Yeah. Or heck, yeah, shouts to you if you're listening to this on New Year's Eve.
That'd be nuts. But yeah, you know, we'll see you guys then. So, as always, have a good rest of your day. Take care. And we'll see you in about a month's time. Probably about a month's time, maybe a little less than a month's time this time, because I'm probably going to do it before we start Cold Steel 3 for obvious reasons. Otherwise, that'd be over a month by the time that's over. So, yeah, we'll see you guys then. Take it easy. And, we'll see you then. Later.
See you next year.